Committee meeting to order. Has this meeting been properly noticed?
The meeting has been posted and noticed according to law.
Okay. So yeah, I think I sent everyone an email in talking with Rebecca and Mark. There are implications about, I did want to talk about our debt service, and that part of the 5% stabilization was so that we were gradually increasing our levy for debt service. So and by the time you got to, I forget, Mark, is it 2025 or 2026 or sometime out there, we've actually increased enough to be where we need to be for debt service. And what we've been doing is keeping it flat. So, we still need to be up here by 2025, but we're not, we're making it a steeper line than if we were just taking it from 2019. So, that's just something the board is going to, because we may have a year where we end up having to increase taxes like 5%, just to handle debt service. So yes, Trustee Bachwart.
Are we able to, by state law, increase tax levy by 5% in 1 year without going to referendum? Mark?
Well, we would be within our levy limits, which is really the controlling factor that comes to my mind most often. So as long as we're within levy limits, I don't believe we need to go to referendum.
Okay, and then
that's just the debt service. That's just the debt service portion, which is only a portion of the total.
Right, but what I'm also saying, yeah, because if we extend beyond that, and we're only talking about the debt service portion, I mean, there are the state of Wisconsin has drastically limited your ability to increase your levy limit, without going to referendum. But also, just wanted to ask, since she had brought this up, Mark, that well, you said we might have to go. So it's a probability of what percentage? I mean, we might have to not go too. So I guess I understand and appreciate the work that you did on this, but I also speculative, rationale for determining current budget stuff. I think, I don't know, maybe that's not the case, and maybe more.
Well, our debt service is not an optional, like the debt service is out there and we have to pay that debt service in that particular year.
Right.
And what we've been doing is using our fund balance to pay our debt service, so we don't have to increase the levy at all. That's what we did last year, and that's what we're doing this year, if we decide to do that. And we can continue to do that for a couple of years. But at some point, the problem is we haven't been, slowly pushing it up. So if we keep using our fund balance to pay our debt service and keep us down here, then, that we may not have any more debt service, any more fund balance at a certain point. So we still have that debt service payment next year that's all the way up here.
No, I understand that, but you said we might have to. That doesn't mean we will have to. That's, I guess, the differentiating variable that I'd like people to really understand is that, and again, I appreciate the work and the discussion on this, but if we are making decisions based on we might have to, then that's something that we should say, hey, this is not a guarantee. This is a speculative, potentially speculative.
Well, the only speculative aspect about it is how long, let's say we decided to continue at zero increase. The only speculation is how long we will continue to have fund balance to keep it at zero. I mean, at some point we are going to run out. There's no speculation about that. And there's no speculation that we have. Okay. Trustee Carpenter, did you have something to
add? And I know we are trying to, direct questions to the chair, but I guess my question would be, what wouldn't happen? Like what is the opposite? Because, I have some real concerns about, in 2025 or having a huge increase like that. And so, sorry. I think that there does need to be some planning for for now and for the immediate future, because I think with increase after increase to then in a couple years have a pretty large increase is in my mind planning, not being speculative. So I just wondering, Tammy, if you could maybe elaborate on what.
Well, what I will elaborate on is that what we are
Can I
talking
just
about
finish
right
my
now.
sentence?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondering if you could maybe elaborate on what you think is speculative in it as far as
Well,
versus
when
being
someone
planned.
says we could have to do X in the future if we continue this, that's could is a that's a whole speculation. That's not a definite situation.
But-
We will have to do X is definite. We could is speculative. So I'm saying that I understand there are many of you on this board that want to have a 0% to 1% at maximum tax levy increase. We can all come up with the variety of reasons to justify our decision making here based on numbers. We could all come up with very, very, very different things. But that's why I posed this to Mark as far as this is concerned, but also saying that when you don't say definitively that something will happen, that it could happen, sure. And it could get there in a variety of ways. So, so that's my point on that.
Okay, well, none of us know definitively what's going to happen in the future. Trustee Warren, you had something to say?
Hey, I appreciate the need to plan for the future and the fact that that we're having this discussion. I do, but currently we're sitting here and we have a tough budget in COVID times, and I'm frankly at this point more concerned about getting through our budget this year. So I do appreciate this discussion. We should certainly have it, but I'd really prefer to get into our budget this year and figure out what we're doing, get to a consensus as a board, and then maybe we can have this discussion both tonight at the budget wrap up and then going forward throughout the course of the next 2, 3, 4 years. I just feel like we're going down a rabbit hole here, and I want to extract us and get us focused on the budget for 2020.
Well, I just want to clarify. No, hold on. I just want to clarify. The reason I bring it up is because the budget has 290,000 in there for debt service stabilization to keep us at 0. I mean, if you, and Mark told me, I think we have 678 remaining in fund balance. But if we, and on a whole, we could let the debt service increase and use the fund balance in a different way. So I just wanted to bring that up as a policy issue. President Rozak.
Thank you so much. This is a difficult thing to understand, and I appreciate Trustee Warren's concern, but it is this year's budget that we are talking about.
I think you froze there for a second.
Well, I think we're saying opportunity.
We're not hearing you. I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. Might need to get to better Wi-Fi.
The years creep up. So it's this year we do have the opportunity to utilize, we only need to keep 30% of a reserve for our general fund reserves. We're at what, 40 something percent? Mark?
We have like $1 million in reserves. We just have to figure out, where to spend it.
That's extra. We can utilize that for our entire budget this year. But that would mean that we would then not have money to stabilize our debt service payments in the future, which means we would either need to severely increase taxes in a future year, or we would need to cut services severely. So if we were to cut operations every year a little bit each year, starting this year, then that cliff wouldn't be so bad. But just by utilizing those funds and not cutting operations, there will come a time, and that is definitive, there will come a year where we will have a significant tax increase or a significant operational decrease. We'll have to make that.
Right, and also the TID, TID 1 closing could conceivably help us solve this problem of the cliff coming up. However, you know, that's been promised to people as a tax relief. So we would have to essentially not provide that tax relief and instead use it to get us over the hump in debt service. But, you know, it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, you know, because we need to pay the debt service. So,
So for me, my opinion, I just want to state it because I've studied this now for 5 years. I would like to use some of the $1 million in general reserve funds to decrease the tax levy this year. And so in some way or fashion, and if we don't cut any operations, then a future board is going to have to deal with the cliff.
all right,
Thank you.
Trustee Bockhorst and then Trustee Warren.
So a couple of things, and I'll pose this question, but I'm going to put my comments out there too regarding using general fund reserves in this model and reducing our general fund reserves if this does affect our credit rating, Mark. But before we get to that, just want to say that I've been on this board since 2013. I've been involved in 7 long-range planning meetings and discussions, and for which many of them, until recently, I believe we've won awards year after year. And yes, if we want to go down the road of cutting operations every year, then this board has to decide, are we going to start cutting services? Because it will directly result in cuts to services. And that is something that if you read the what are they called, surveys that have been done in this village and all the different things year after year, you've seen people say, I understand, I pay a lot in property taxes, the value of my home is a lot higher than it is just to the south in Milwaukee, thus obviously the mill rate is affecting that, but please keep the services that we have. And that's an overwhelming percentage of people that have said that. And then beyond that, I don't want us to argue or just determine or create policy, and this goes back to what Trustee Carpenter asked me before, on a false dichotomy, that if we don't do X, this is going to happen. Because as we all know, there are a variety of variables, a multivariable equation here. And there's not just one solution. Now, the 4 of you who are hell-bent on a 0% tax levy increase, you can use those statistics to get you there. But if we do cut operations every year, and we need staff, right? Then we do have to tell the public that yes, this is going to result in a reduction in services. And then it's incumbent upon us to let them know what that looks like. Now, some of us will be on the board for at least 2 more years. Some of you will be leaving this spring, that's for sure. And
Maybe.
I want you to think of the long-term implications of the decision-making, obviously, all of us, as I know we do, because we're fiduciaries. We were elected to be in this position, but we're elected to serve the population of Shorewood now and in the future, and not for our own agenda.
Trustee Armenta,
Warren,
I'd like
Trustee,
to make
let's just go in order. Trustee Warren and then President Rosa.
Yeah, I just want to put a finer point on my earlier comments. I'm not saying that we should ignore the discussion that we're having now by any stretch of the imagination. I totally get and appreciate that it's part of our budget right now. I was just arguing that maybe we should go through the list first, see where we are, and come back to it when we really have concrete numbers to work with. So
All right, that's good. I agree. That's a good suggestion, President Rosa.
Yeah, just my final comment. I want to correct a misstatement. I didn't hear anybody this year on the board say we want a 0% tax increase. So I don't like misstatements put out there into the public. I would like a 1% or lower, and I don't believe anyone else said anything lower than that. The point being is that we did it last year. We used general reserve funds. And again, we need to keep 30%, and we're at 40-something%. So we're not in any credit bureau rating danger. We ask that every year if we use it. But we did it last year. We utilized it to help keep the tax rate lower, but we didn't cut any operations, any small cuts in operations. So without doing that year after year, there will be a day that you're going to be faced with a larger tax increase, like 5%, like Trustee Armenta said, or a significant operations decrease. And so I'm okay with that. I'm just stating my opinion, which was I would like to do the same thing we did last year. If there's a hole in our budget and the tax rate is not at 1% or lower, I would like to use general funds to make sure that we keep our tax rate low in this pandemic year. Thank you.
Okay, and yeah, and I think everybody knows that we're trying to balance the tax increase versus maintaining services. And the debt service is just something we have to keep in mind at the same time. So Mark, am I correct? I hope I have the right version of the worksheet that we're currently at 2.67% increase from 2020. Is that correct? Looking at K90.
2.56%.
2.5. Okay, I'm at the wrong. All right, hold on. There. Okay, all right. I'm gonna look at this one in the packet. No, the packet says 2.67, and that's the one I have. Are you sure? There's something different from the packet.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing in my package.
I see 2.67 in the packet, and I will work to identify why that's
okay.
different than mine, but I can just switch versions of the worksheet and sync
Okay.
up. So happy to do that. Sorry about that.
Okay, so staff made updates which reduced the levy by 9,093, and then all of the operation, the vacancies, they're all in the budget right now, correct?
No, none of those are in the budget. Those positions are all filled in the budget. So if there wanted to be a elimination or reduction of that position, that would have to, that decision would have to be made here tonight.
But they're in the budget now. We don't
Yes.
have to put them in. They're in the budget. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay. All right. Should we go through these quickly? Librarian. I guess if there's anything, I guess how I can't see Trustee Ursink. I was going to say someone just shout out if you want to discuss taking this out of the budget because it's currently in the budget. Okay. Librarian. I'm not hearing anybody. Police officer, $125,000.
I just have a question about that. I don't want to take the police officer out of the budget. I was just wondering, there's a vacancy factor. So that police officer vacancy that's current, wouldn't that help fill that vacancy factor? I mean, if someone was to take it out, we're risking not being able to fill our vacancy factor, which is already budgeted in, correct?
It's already in there, but it's only October, so they'd have to go through the rest of the year and then hold it, that'd be several months of keeping it vacant. I don't know, Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, again, the vacancy factors have been programmed into the budget based on prospective turnover of employees and delays in going from posting a position to actually being able to hire a position. The removal of these positions would be in addition to those vacancy factors, which are already in the budget.
Right. So I personally wouldn't want to take that position out because I think we're going to need it.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, it may be from the police study. I know there are a lot of places that are looking at hiring mental health professionals rather than police officers, but maybe we'll have the police study before we make that decision. Okay. The mechanic position, does anyone have a comment about the mechanic position? Yeah, President.
I do. Oh, sorry. I can't see the other people. I would like to take that position out completely. But before I make that recommendation, is Leanne on the line?
Yep, she's here.
Okay. Last meeting, when we talked about this position, when we talked about the mechanics and we got to see that nice video, thank you so much for that. We talked about maintenance and that a lot of the maintenance on the vehicles that we're getting today, the newer vehicles, because we've gotten a lot of newer vehicles, they have a lot of electronics that we have to contract out maintenance for anyways. And I think the percentage that was used was like we contract out, was it 70% or something, because of the electronics nature of the new vehicles. Can you confirm or at least estimate what percentage we already contract out for maintenance because of the newer vehicles and the electronics?
Sure. I don't recall ever providing such a number, and it's not necessarily related to electronics. But the last 2 years, we have outsourced approximately $30,000 worth of vehicle maintenance work. And that was with 2 mechanics. So I think we've made the assumption that that number would likely double, or the requirement for that number would likely double if we went to 1 mechanic. And then I would also look at adding potentially another $15,000 to $20,000 to that amount, because there are a number of vehicle maintenance activities that require 2 mechanics, either for safety reasons or for simple practicality reasons. 2 sets, 4 hands are required to do that work. And if we only have 1 person in the garage, those more complicated or longer tasks, we would not be able to do in-house any longer.
Okay, thanks. And so your additional, you said about 20,000, or I couldn't remember, 30,000 more?
I would estimate between 30, 20, I would estimate between 45 and 50 additional,
Okay.
$45 and $50,000 additional.
And the position is the pay plus the fringe benefits. What is that equal?
106,
Right.
250.
Right. So I
And
absolutely.
she's saying she would also need, you probably would need to contract for
Right.
someone to come in, maybe like a quarter time or something, mechanic, right?
We would most likely outsource that to private.
No, I mean for the part where you would need two mechanics to do it.
Oh, yeah, no, those jobs would probably have to go out. I think we'd have some difficulty finding a qualified mechanic on a temporary basis like that.
Okay. So another 10,000.
No, that would be the $30,000
Oh, it's part of it.
plus,
Okay.
plus the additional 20 to 25.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Trustee
Thank you.
Carpenter and then Trustee Bockhorst.
Is there any way to know what Whitefish Bay does for mechanics, or is there, is that a position that we could potentially job share with them? I don't know if that is an option, but just their close proximity and similar size and similar services.
Sure.
When I was sort of thinking through this, that was my question was, could we share this role with?
Whitefish Bay currently has 1 mechanic. Typically, we cover their garage when that person is sick or on vacation. So no, they would not have capacity to just take over some of our work. I have had a very preliminary contact with the director at Whitefish Bay, and also the Glendale director. And they indicated that they would be interested in talking about long-term kind of pooling those resources. But as of, immediate work capacity, that doesn't seem to be something we can immediately shift to them.
Do they borrow our mechanics for extra hands?
No,
Because they
outsource that work.
It's Trustee Bockhorst. Go ahead.
Thank you. So just to clarify, we have done a reduction in operations in our last budget. We reduced, sorry, this isn't on this, but just to bring it back, that we are going in that route, and we have been going in that route, or down that road, and that was in the, the building inspector? Was that last year, or was that the year before? Regardless, so outsourcing, as many of you may know, and for those of you that don't, it sounds like such a great thing to take something from the public sector and move it to the private. But whenever you do that, you lose autonomy, you lose a lot as far as the quality and quickness of service. You have, when you have an in-house person, staff person, and people, I mean, again, this goes to ideology too. If you're for, for public goods and services in government, or if you're anti those, that may or may not be playing into, and I don't want to make any assumptions that that's playing into people's decision making. But what I'm hearing from Leanne is that she is not recommending that we cut and outsource this mechanic position, that, as she mentioned before, for safety and other tests. Is anyone else hearing a beep, or is that just me? Okay.
I can hear it.
Yeah, can people who are not talking maybe mute their mics, because someone's phone or something is going ping, ping. And so at least 5 of you I can see have your phones unmiked or your speakers unmuted, excuse me. But so I guess, again, to the newer trustees and even in those of us that have been here, when we're making these decisions and we're getting recommendations from the staff as far as their needs, for me, that weighs in a lot heavier than what I think they should be doing, because none of us are the bosses of the staff. So what I'm hearing from Leanne is, and what I heard from her last time we talked about this, was that given the conditions of the shape of the yard, the fact that we have these historic buildings that are beautiful and great, but that require a lot of movement of machinery in and out, and a lot of time that people have to spend outside as far as mechanics are concerned, that having an in-house mechanic is preferable. Maybe I'm wrong, Leanne. Maybe I misread that. And we also do see this. So when you outsource, yeah, you give up a lot. You might gain in the short term in some, on a line item on a budget, but there are all of the other negative, all the other things that are associated with that. So unless there's a real strong argument as to why this makes sense for our village policy-wise to outsource, I'm going to take the staff's recommendation on keeping this position in-house.
Okay, can I ask that we're already at 6:30 and we're only on our second item. So can I ask that we try to keep our comments, as pithy as possible and to the point. Trustee Warren, you had your hand up, and Trustee Carpenter.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, if we pursued an outsourced solution here, are there any, I was my understanding from the prior memo in the packet, there'd be service implications. Leanne, I was wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sorry about that. Yes, that the size of the fleet that we currently have, it was sized to support the current service levels. A determination was made 15 or more years ago that 2 mechanics were necessary to support that fleet. The fleet is the backbone of everything that we do. There are no services that we provide that don't require vehicles or equipment. So each of those current vehicles and equipment that support the current service levels will have to be maintained. That maintenance will either have to come from a non-mechanic staff person. And if that is the case, then that person's time will have to shift from the services that they are currently providing to the maintenance of the fleet. So then we would have to have a service level discussion about what services drop off so that shift can be made to maintain the fleet. Or we would request additional funding so that more of that work that was previously provided by the mechanic position that's under discussion right now, more of that work could then be outsourced to maintain the staff in the other service providing positions.
I just want to point out that we do have a vacancy now. So, I mean, if there's an evaluation of could we contract and how it would really impact, it's better to do that now rather than hire somebody and then say, oh, you don't have a job. So, I mean, if it's something the board is interested in doing, I think now would be a good time to do it. And maybe it doesn't work, and next year we say we need a second mechanic. Trustee Carpenter.
Thank you. I was just trying to ask my follow-up question before I got cut off earlier, but I just wanted to clarify. So Whitefish Bay has 1 mechanic, and is there, I think it would be worth potentially just exploring if we each had 1 mechanic, could we share and provide that support to each other? As you mentioned, Leanne, there are times when there are 2 mechanics that are needed. Could we provide that support to each other? I wonder if that's something that we could explore and understand a little bit more.
I think we can certainly have that discussion. The thing I would like you to keep in mind is that currently we provide approximately 3,600 hours annually of work to support the DPW, the police, and the building inspection fleets. None of that work will go away. So we will have one mechanic that will be doing the work or attempting to do the work of about 1 2/3 mechanics. We would not have any available time to pool to other municipalities. I certainly can't speak for them. We can definitely talk about, you know, how those opportunities in that pool, but you know, I struggle to come up with a solution of how we can provide time to other municipalities when it does not appear that we're going to have enough time to maintain our own fleet.
Can I just ask to poll the board as to who feels that this is something we even want?
I have a
to-
question.
I've got my hand
follow-up
up. I'm
question.
sorry. I've
I'm
just
sorry,
had
I
my hand raised.
I can't see you, Trustee Ursink. I can't tell.
Well, just go to participants. Go to participants. You can see whose hand is raised.
And I have a follow-up question as well.
All right, well, I guess Trustee Ursink has his hand raised, so go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Trustee Amenta. And, you know, I just wanted to voice personally my support for the mechanic position and visiting the DPW yard and sitting down to talk to Leanne and the other folks at DPW. This is a really critical position. I mean, like Leanne said, DPW and that fleet is the absolute backbone and blood flow of this village. And we're looking at a lot of, I mean, as we see, we have very expensive vehicles in this village, and we need somebody that can be on staff. We need 2 people, obviously, that can be working on these vehicles, because if a salter goes out, a garbage truck goes out, I mean, that impacts so much in this village. So I just want to voice my support, my heavy support for this position.
Okay, President Rozak.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask Rebecca if she's on the line. We had the same discussion with the inspector position for 2 years or 3 years in a row, and exactly the same dichotomy of in-house or out-servicing. Rebecca, did we save money by outsourcing the inspector position? And if so, was the service level diminished?
You know, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know if I was off mute. From a service level perspective, I'd prefer to have Bart comment on that. We did reduce our planning and development department by 1 inspector. They are different operations, particularly when we're looking at the mechanics in the fleet. So in my perspective, it's not a comparable discussion by comparing planning and development with the mechanics position in public works.
So my 2 questions were, did we save money? That was the first question.
There were funds saved by not hiring an additional inspector.
Okay, and then I guess for Bart, Bart, was the service level diminished? As a matter of fact, this year, I think we even cut it even further because we didn't need even as many hours as we thought. Could you answer that?
I mean, yes, service levels were definitely decreased. We lost a half a position in code enforcement specifically. That was a policy direction that the board chose. So we no longer do proactive enforcements on many things that we previously did. And we now contract out with a commercial electrical inspector. We used to have that in-house. And so we now get monthly invoices for those services. And then if we need to pull in additional contractor for, overflow operations, we have a contract with another inspector. We have not had to use that because we've been able to keep that in-house, but we've definitely lost service levels. I've taken on additional responsibilities that previously the lead building inspector had. So we've made adjustments and we've made it work, but there's definitely has been some reduction in what we are doing now compared to what we did in the past.
Okay, I would like to just get it, because if there's not 4 people that even want to continue this discussion, we don't need to continue this discussion. So I guess my question is, who is definitely opposed to making any change to the budget in regards to the mechanic position? I know Trustee Ursink, Trustee Bockhorst, Trustee Warren. That's just 3.
I'd like to talk then.
I wish there was a 4th. Okay, so it seems that there are four of us that are willing to do some type of adjustment. Does anyone have a proposal? And we'll see if there's support for it.
I don't have a proposal, but I'd like to follow up as well. As
I mean,
President Bozek did.
I'm really, Trustee Brockers, I'm really trying to move through all the items.
I understand, but
tonight
this
and
is
know where
critical.
you stand.
It's a
We know where
policy
you
decision.
stand,
No,
so I'd
you
really
don't know
like
where
to-
I stand. I mean, if other
Okay,
people get
take
to
the
speak more
time,
than once.
take the time, go ahead.
Thank you.
We have
Thank
nothing
you.
better to do.
I do, but so consolidating services, and I totally support the idea of in the future forward model looking at ways to partner with other municipalities. But when you do that, as we all have seen, with the health department, you give up autonomy again. It's like outsourcing, right? And you've got two bosses. You've got Village of Shorewood and Village of Whitefish Bay. And the reality is we're not going to be able to make that happen in time for next year. So we have to decide. So that is, if we really want to go that route, that needs to be an item for future consideration. And we have to instruct staff to give us a report and to investigate this and bring back that information. They're not going to have time to do that in the next 3 weeks when this budget is wrapped up. And also an inspector versus a mechanic, I get it. That's not really a fair comparison. These are completely different fields. And I understand there are 4 of you that want to look at investigating this more and spending more time on this discussion, going against staff's recommendations. That's fine. The same 4 of you also, I believe, voted last year to defer purchasing some new equipment for the field, for the Department of Public Works. I believe it was a 50 or some 50,000 or more dump truck, and there's other things. So if you guys want old, aged infrastructure and fleet materials, and then also don't want to have a mechanic that's going to repair those on house, and then farm that out and figure out how we're going to pay. And as you know, there's no guarantees when you farm something out as far as mechanics are concerned. There's an hourly rate or whatever it is. So I'm going to go with the experts here. Leanne has worked in this village for a long time. She's been through many budget cycles, many more than any of us, all of us combined. And the fact that we have a snowstorm coming up, we have a pandemic, we have a lot of needs and service needs in this village, and that service levels have diminished. There's no one here, if there's anyone here on this board that can tell me that service levels don't diminish when you decrease your your operations and employment, then let's have that discussion. But I get it. You guys want to keep it really, really lean. But I'm absolutely opposed to making these kind of major decisions in many arenas based on that.
I have a proposal.
President Rozek?
Yes, you asked Chair Amenta for a proposal. I would propose that we leave the position vacant, as you had suggested. Try outsourcing. It sounds like it will cost us about, including the extra hands work, about $55,000. That would save us approximately $65,000. And maybe, as Trustee Bockhorst has pointed out, maybe the rates are higher, so it could be $10,000 more than what our expert staff has estimated. So, so we'll give and take a range there. But I do feel that the equipment is getting harder and harder for in-house mechanics to repair. There are a lot of things that we are starting to outsource for, as we heard from our expert staff at the last meeting, that as they're getting more and more electronics in the future, and the more technology we get on our equipment and the newer equipment we keep getting every year, we will be outsourcing a lot. And so I'd like to try that. That would be my proposal, is to leave it vacant, try the outsourcing, reevaluate in 6 months or in a year, up to the board of what time frame they'd like, or up to staff, what they'd like to recommend of reevaluation, and then determine whether or not we had the cost estimations correct, if the efficiencies are being met, and if not, then we can always fill the position.
I do want to point out that we did have the DPW study done, and they did suggest that we needed to evaluate our services, and then once we made service decisions, for example, leaf collection, if we're not going to continue to vacuum for the leaves, that's one less that's less labor and that's one less piece of equipment to maintain. We've been occupied with many other things, and we never have continued that discussion about DPW, building off what the consultant report said. So I feel a little bit like we're shortchanging that discussion that we need to have about DPW. I would not support, you said 55,000. I mean, I'm feeling more like 75,000 to give some flexibility for there to be some investigation of what the options are. But if the conclusion is no, it is the better decision to do it in-house, that there would be enough in there to hire for at least part of the year. So that's kind of where I am. Trustee Carpenter, Stokebrand?
I can agree to that.
Can I don't remember what the recommendation was from the consultants about the, about that particular position.
I don't think there was a recommendation particular to that. It was more like we need to talk comprehensively about what DPW is doing, and from that we'll know how many people we need and how many vehicles we need. And I don't know, Leanne, would you characterize it differently? I don't recall something specific.
These were the staff's, according to Rebecca, these were the staff's recommendations for operation cuts. So we had asked the staff to come up with some, and they put the 4 vacancies.
No, I don't know. I don't think this is these are just what positions that are vacant. I don't think they were their recommendations. But
Rebecca, that's what she told me.
I did have one other sort of
go ahead, Jessica.
For Rebecca. Is there a time frame for that conversation about services? Because that I do remember is the recommendation from the consultant, that we do need to decide what, sort of to Trustee Bachhorst's point, what are our expectations for services? And unless we make, I think we need to make that decision, whether it's bare pavement, snow removal, or leaf collection, or whatever that may be. So I don't know if that is planned for a future agenda or for a cow, but, do we have that on? I know that there's been a lot of other things happening, but
yeah, so I'm really happy that you asked that question. In the memo, I relayed that if there were to be cuts to vacant positions, that we would need to go back directly following the conclusion of this budget process. So that would start December in terms of evaluating those levels. We've been waiting on Public Works to be able to have that discussion. The board received the report and the presentation from the consultant in June. And just because of the nature of the way this year has been, we have not had the opportunity to come back collaboratively as a group and start that exploration process. I anticipate that discussion would start immediately following budget. And based upon your discussion this evening, I'm going to be making a request for future agenda items of consideration for you to add to your list. That from an operational perspective, I would be recommending you move forward with expeditiously in order to have those conversations and make sure that we have them and come to some conclusions by the end of first quarter of 2021.
Okay. So I'm okay with reducing it to 75,000. How I know there are 3 who are opposed, so I guess I need to hear from Trustee Carpenter and Trustee Stokebrand, and I think President Rozek, you said you were okay with that.
Trustee Amenta?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I would be comfortable with temporarily reducing it to 75,000. It seems like the priorities as a municipal government to me are public safety and public works. And, so it gets down to that's, those are your top priorities. And I guess my concern is we are adding a position to DPW this year, but it's a very different, I know Leanna's done a great job with the cross training and so many different people can do so many different things, but it's my understanding that this construction management job is not going to be someone this is a very specialized, that's a specialized job, although the job description did seem to have a lot of other things in it too, but I don't think it really included a mechanic either. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I hope that when we are on an electric fleet for the police department and the village staff at Village Hall, the planning department, that we see a lot less maintenance requirements. But we have no plan for that. So I would at least go with 75% funding of the mechanic.
75,000 or?
Sorry, 75,000.
Yeah, what about Trustee Carpenter?
So-
where are you falling on this?
The thing that I'm sort of seeing this as like a black or white issue where it's sort of an all or nothing thought. So I think, I mean, obviously 75,000 would save $26,000. But I don't know, like, Leanne, is that doable? I mean, you know, you can't get 3/4 of a person. So, you know, what does that do for you?
Is that for contracting?
Yeah, that would be my follow-up question to you. Is your intent that $75,000 be earmarked to supplement our current, what we call our parts budget, which is purchasing of parts and then paying for any outsourced work?
So
it would be for outsourcing and yeah, to give, and I mean, in my mind too, it was like to sort of give it a try. But if it's not working, there would still be enough in the budget at some point in 2021 to come and say, I've tried outsourcing. I can't outsource this. I can't outsource that. It's, you know, to at least explore outsourcing, but there would still be enough in there. If at halfway through the year you felt you really needed to hire, there would still be budget in there to do it. That's what I was thinking.
And I was thinking, so what I was thinking is, and again, I didn't know the time frame. If it's going to be a 6-month evaluation, I would agree. So Leanne came up with the number of 55,000. If it's going to be the whole year of outsourcing, I'd stick with the 55,000. If it's going to be an evaluation at 6 months, I would go with the 75,000 because, as Trustee Amenta has said, you may decide it's not working. And then we would want to potentially look to hire for, you know, a couple of months of that year, the rest of the remaining of the year. It won't be the 6 months because you need time to hire and post and all that. But I prefer the 55,000, which is the 30 plus the secondhand, you know, money of doing it for a year and seeing if it works. If it doesn't, then next budget, we fill the position. We're not taking the position out of the budget. We're not eliminating the position. We're simply saying we're leaving it vacant and we're outsourcing. But I will go if the will of the board or the 4 members that are in majority would rather evaluate at 6 months, then I would think the 75 would be sufficient.
Okay, why don't, just for the sake of being able to move on, I'll make a motion proposing reducing Public Works salaries and benefits mechanics from 106,250 to 75,000.
I'll second.
Okay, so let's vote. Sarah, can you go around the?
Yep. Trustee Menta.
Aye.
Trustee Carpenter.
Aye.
Trustee Warren.
Hey.
Trustee Bachhorst.
No.
Trustee Ursink.
No.
Trustee Stokebrand.
Yes.
President Rosick.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Oh, I can't make changes in here. Okay, then the program assistant position. Does anybody have an issue with that one? No, okay.
Trustee Amenta?
Yeah.
I just would like to give a call out to Elizabeth Price, who in her presentation for the board did offer to take a personal pay cut to make it work for if she had to reduce a position, to keep a position, she'd take a pay cut. And I think that deserves a call out. Thank you.
And I also would like to, every year I say the same thing. Thank you, Trustee Stokebrand. And I'll repeat it. I would like Elizabeth to come forward with actually an increase at some point in the future, because every year I believe senior services is the most important thing that we're going to face in the upcoming 5 to 10 years as our senior population grows. And we've never increased our, staffing level. And So I just feel like at some point we need to, and I'd love for the director to make that recommendation to Rebecca, and then have the village manager make that to the board at some point. Thank you.
Okay. As we move on to capital facilities and equipment deferrals, Mark, so the budget as it stands now is we have 290,000 in there for the debt service to keep it at 0, correct?
That sounds correct.
Well, yeah, not, okay, so in terms of reserves, and we do want to spend reserves on one-time expenses as opposed to ongoing operating expenses that we're going to have to make up next year. So I did, I think Mark told me 678,000, something like that, in additional reserves. So I did want to, for example, bring up, well, the voting machines have been withdrawn. Agenda management, I think we have a little bit of ways. Oh, you have that funded by reserves. Okay, that's already funded from the reserves. The video security cameras, so this is just funding DPW, not the camera system that we've been talking about forever for Village Hall, correct? So that's what it says.
The camera system for Village Hall was not put on the list, so it's still in the budget. But the security component for our facilities included DPW site, the Village Hall Center, and Village Center. So the 31,650 is to implement the security enhancements at the DPW facility, but defer the Village Center and Village Hall until a future year.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Trustee Amanda?
Yes.
Could I just clarify something, please? So we are getting agenda management, but it's coming from reserves, not.
No, if it's got a 0 in the column for amended budget, it's currently slated not to occur. It's being withdrawn from the budget.
In my view, I talked a little bit with Leanne today, the DPW security cameras, I feel much more strongly, if we're looking at redoing the DPW yard, I feel much more strongly that we need to have a better connection with the public, with agenda management, the way the public can access our meetings. This would include recorded meetings and things, right? Is that correct, Rebecca? Or someone? I just think it's much more important that we improve, given COVID, what we've got going on with meetings and agendas and making information transparent and available to the public than security cameras in a DPW yard that's probably going to be renovated within, we hope, the next 3 to 5 years.
That's a good point.
Because you asked Trustee Storbrand, I don't see a full renovation of the yard happening in 3 years. The security cameras was something that was mentioned in prior discussions as a priority of the board, and something that they had wanted to see as a result of the fiscal management. So it's really a policy decision on behalf of the board. I know that the board has had a desire for agenda management. I'm less inclined to go that direction, but that's me working from it with behind the scenes. I'm not you as a trustee. So it's truly a policy decision on behalf of the board.
Trustee Ursink.
I'm just, President Rozak, if you can stop interrupting every single time somebody's talking, it would be helpful. Please be considerate of everybody here. I'm just looking at agenda management, and I'm looking at the video security cameras. And okay, those are things that the board prioritized at some point. Are they needed right now? Maybe, maybe not. But like honestly, that's the money that you can fund this mechanic position with. It's which is way more critical than most of this. So I just don't see, I don't see why we cut that so fast when we can't find other monies in here to cut than to fund that position.
Okay, President Rozak, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you very much. Agenda management, we had a long discussion about this, and I don't want to rehash the whole discussion, but one of the main sticking points for agenda management is the video part is separate. You can separate that out. The agenda management was minutes. We have not had our minutes discussion. And if we go with agenda management at this moment, it only records the vote. And we can have this whole discussion again, Sarah, if you want to elaborate on it. But that was the sticking point of why we were going to defer, was we had not had the minutes discussion, and the agenda management software did not allow for us to have that discussion and decide what we wanted in the minutes. It would just record the vote. And I don't remember if it's a sentence or two, but that was the sticky point. And so I would defer that. I would personally like to defer agenda management until we've had our minutes discussion and come to a conclusion on that. And I do agree with Rebecca that that I remember Trustee Amenta brought it up, and I agreed, and many of the trustees I remember during the discussion agreed that fiscal management in DPW to improve oversight of fiscal management and just the actual equipment, like the security of the equipment, because it's stored outside. We thought that the security cameras would be a good thing in that site to implement first.
I just want to point out that the 678,000 in excess reserves, okay, that's excess over 30%, is money that we've taxed people in prior years. And rather than holding onto it in our reserves, I've always felt strongly that we should be spending that money. As Marcus pointed out, it would be wrong to take one-time money and spend it on an operating, something such as the mechanic that's going to recur every year. But capital projects are something that we can spend that money on and should be spending that money on. So, I mean, my feeling is, yeah, let's fund agenda management, because I just feel like I want to spend that money rather than just sit on it. Trustee Warren.
Yeah, I see the value of both. I mean, if I were forced to choose between 1 and 2, and we're having that discussion a little bit now, I would agree with President Rozek. I think that we've had so many discussions around DPW security and securing that yard and fiscal management and policy behind it, that at the top of my list is making sure that we get cameras up there. So I definitely do not want to see that come off the list. If we're making decisions, that would be my priority.
Okay.
Trustee Menta?
Yes, go ahead, Trustee Barfus.
So I don't recall from the organizational study that we funded what the recommendation was regarding the security. So if someone could enlighten me, specifically staff, preferably.
During that discussion of review of financial management, there's a request for the board to have us review our different facilities and potentially adding cameras to DPW, Village Center, and Village Hall at the same time. If you'll recall, when this capital request was initially submitted, all 3 of the buildings were included. DPW was prioritized primarily because of the shape of the parcel and where it's located. So that was the discussion at the time.
Okay, all right. Does anyone have any other comments on any of the items on this list?
Trustee Amenta, I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
If you could please explain, what is Atwater Park fixtures?
I believe that was like new benches, or Leanne? Rebecca, somebody?
That is correct. It was benches and bike racks for the park level.
Thank you.
Trustee Amenta,
Yes.
is the lifeguards on the list?
The lifeguards are not on the list.
So is the fee for Atwater Beach?
The beach user fee is on the list, yes, but we,
I'd like to,
you want to
like
the lifeguard contract?
So this is what I thought of, and I think I spoken to you maybe or Rebecca, I can't remember, one of the two, but I agree with Trustee Stokebrand that the beach is getting smaller. We're the only municipality that owns their own beach, and that every other beach around us does not have lifeguards. So those I agree with 100%. I also agree that we need a revenue stream, that we are facing some extreme expenses coming up, and they seem, in my 5 years on the board, to increase every year regarding our beach as it's getting smaller. And so it's a great amenity for Shorewood. I want to keep it a great amenity for Shorewood. And so either there would be, I mean, the choices would be you either increase your revenue to support it through, and I'll give some options, while Lake Drive is under construction or under design coming up in the near future, we could look at implementing parking meters in front of the beach area, which is very similar to what we do in business districts all around the country. It's in my opinion, it's a revenue source. It may not cover exactly everything we need, but it is a revenue source. A second option would be to eliminate the lifeguards to be consistent with every other beach within our county. And that would be an expenditure reduction, or implement a fee in various ways, one of which would be a pass for residents and or non-residents. My suggestion would be a straight daily fee for residents and non-residents. It could be 50 cents. I don't care what the fee would be. It could be very nominal, but a revenue source. And so this year, I think, is the year, I agree with Trustee Stokebrand, that we either need to come up with an expenditure reduction or a revenue or a new revenue source. And so
Okay.
I'm applicable to any of those.
I mean, I'd like to just for the moment stay on the section capital facilities and equipment deferrals. We can come back to this because I do think we need, as Trustee Warren said earlier on, I think we do want to maybe get to the end and then come back and see how much of the reserves we want to spend on things. But maybe, unless anyone has an objection, I just have a question for Mark. So on the emergency generator, it says no levy impact funded by reserves, the same as for agenda management. So I'm interpreting that it's in the budget, but it's not, you've taken it out of reserve. So they're both in the budget.
Yeah, I'd be happy to respond to that. As going through the budget workshops, the group has asked staff to identify in greater detail the items for which were essentially on the list, for which we felt would be best deferred if we had to defer items. So all of these items are deferred in the budget unless the group votes to put funding back into the amount in a revised budget. So well, funding from capital reserves doesn't have a tax levy impact, which is typically the focus of this meeting. If you wanted to restore the reserve funding, and this would be capital reserves, that action can be taken, but it won't change the calculation for the tax levy in 2021.
Right. No, I understand that about the levy, but my point is, in the budget book, are these projects going to show that they are funded? They're in the budget. We're doing them next year, but they're funded with capital reserves. Both of these, because that is
everything on the list is currently in the budget. The process is what changes do we want to make to that. So I'm not sure if I
they're
have
not.
the gist of what you're.
Like express voting machines was proposed at 18.3, in revised budget it's 0, and it has a levy impact of minus 18,300. So it's not currently in the budget. But then there are 2 items that you say they're funded by reserves. So my question is, they're not funded by levy, but they're funded by reserves, so they're going to be in the budget. Or am I
No,
missing?
staff is proposing deferring all the items in this section.
Are they currently in the budget?
No.
Are they currently in my budget book?
Everything is in the budget books. That was my quagmire in responding to the original question. I mean, everything's in the budget. We're talking about making changes to the budget at this point. So.
Okay. So whatever item we're on, that was currently in the budget book and funded through capital reserves, and the change would be taking it out and not using capital reserves.
That would be correct.
Okay.
So you're currently showing savings from this section of 175,900 because everything here is taken out.
That
And
is
then
correct.
but then we also have, so we have both capital reserves to spend and we have general fund reserves to spend. That's my
Trustee
point.
Amenta,
Yes,
I have a
trustee.
question though. So the DPW video cameras are still in, that's correct?
Yeah,
It says deferred, but it's still in. You're just deferred to capital reserves, is that correct?
Mark.
The note for the deferral is to defer Village Center and Village Hall. That's the
Oh, I'm sorry.
VCPH.
Okay. All right, my apologies. Right, so that is coming out of the capital fund, not reserves. Is that correct? The DPW cameras?
That's in levy now.
Okay, that's the only item in this category then, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Could they be funded out of reserves? Could the DPW cameras be refunded out of reserves? So when it's really hard to understand levy versus capital reserves because sometimes you can use small capital items. You can use levy or reserves. And so to me, they're almost interchangeable. Could we use reserves for the DPW cameras? Because they're a one-time expense.
Sure.
Okay, so if we didn't do agenda management, I don't remember if that was under reserves, but if we didn't do another capital reserves project that was being funded out of capital reserves, we could utilize that money and then save the tax levy money because we're applying it to the DPW cameras.
Yeah, anytime you want to swap funding from tax levy to some other source would reduce the tax levy.
Right. So what I'm suggesting is
So we could take out the 31,650 and say we want to fund it with capital reserves, correct?
yes.
Correct.
And I would do that. I would propose to do that. And then find another project that is proposed for capital reserves and delete it because I think the cameras, it reduces the tax levy. And I think we did just eliminate a few capital reserve projects or projects that were funded by capital reserves.
Yeah, I mean, we have two things. I mean, we're thinking about the levy, but we also have reserves that I think many of us are in favor of spending the reserves. So I don't mind taking things off the levy, but I'd like to put some of these things back into being funded with our reserve funds. So I agree with taking, well, I don't know. I don't really care. I guess, yes, take the 31,650 off the levy and fund that with reserves. And then I would fund agenda management with reserves. I would fund the roof, the tuck pointing, the emergency generator, the window replacement with reserves also. Anybody else have an opinion?
I would also fund the outwater trash receptacles then.
I'm not in favor of that one, but trustee.
No, I'm not either.
I'm just, so I would say I'm not in favor of the trash receptacles either because I think that there's some other workarounds that we could do with that. But isn't the agenda management, like that's what it's indicated that that's being funded by reserves. You know, I'm fine with moving the security cameras to reserves as well as, well, the generator's already saying is being funded by.
No,
reserves.
I think Mark said he took it out. Everything's out at this point.
Right, again, where you see a zero for amount in revised budget, that indicates it's not being proposed for implementation in 2021 if this group concurs with that.
So, because in your notes, all the way to the right, like if you look at agenda management, it says defer, funded by reserves. And then if you look at the emergency generator, it says defer, funded by reserves. So in my mind, you're showing that there's a $0 levy impact, but it is still being funded and it is still being done. It's just being funded in a different way. Are you saying that that is not accurate? That that's not what's going to happen?
I can see where you make that conclusion. The real intent that I was trying to convey is either an item was withdrawn, as in the voting machines, or it's deferred. And then after the dash is why it was deferred or what type of funding it was. And that kind of goes back to whether it has a levy impact or if it's a tax levy reduction. So I understand, but Yeah, if there's a desire to proceed with agenda management, we just need a clear indication that needs to come back in the budget, and we'll make that ready for the public hearing coming up in November.
Can I ask a question about agenda management when trustee?
Can I just ask one question? So what are our capital reserves at? Where are we with our capital reserves?
About $225,000 right now with the generator out and agenda management out.
And you like to have about 50 or 75 or so in there as available in case of an emergency or something, correct?
At a minimum, yes.
So let's say we have 150, right? Okay, in capital reserves. President Rozek.
So there's two projects that I'm not in favor of funding through any mechanism of funding. And one is agenda management. And the reason is there was a long discussion, and I would like to separate, I believe we could separate the video, the microphone and the video stuff from agenda management. And we decided we could do that. I would like to keep that part in the budget because we all wanted that. But the agenda management itself is strictly about minutes. And we haven't had that discussion yet. And so I'm not in favor of that. The second thing was the trash receptacles came up, and I like Trustee Carpenter had said, I think there's workarounds. The beach is too small, and I just feel like the trash receptacles overflow, then we need to empty them. You know, we may need to empty them more, or have the lifeguards, or put that in, if we're going to keep the lifeguards, put it in their contract. But I don't feel that we need to clutter up our beach with more trash receptacles. And so those are the two things I just wanted to mention.
Okay. Anybody else have comments? If we
I would just like to point out that because of the heavy usage of the beach, it is cheaper to have more garbage cans. I agree. Overflowing garbage cans are unsightly, and we don't want that. But if we're not going to pay to have someone pick up the garbage on weekends, then you need a place to put the garbage on weekends.
Yes, that is basically the choice. Trustee Ursink, then Trustee Bockhurst.
More trash receptacles equal less trash on the beach. I just want to throw that out there.
Trustee Bockhurst.
Yeah, I also agree with the fact that we have a much needed minutes discussion, and that I think majority of you, 4 of the 7, the same 4, that want very detailed minutes. So I think I agree completely with Trustee Rozek, or I'm sorry, President Rozek, that we need to not fund a very expensive project to keep the same level of minutes. That we're the only municipality, again, going back to that argument that I heard before proposed about, lifeguards on the beach, which is because the county has no money. You guys, it's not because they don't value public safety, but they don't have money. We actually have the ability to tax or to fund the lifeguards. So we can make a choice whether or not we think it's a public safety necessity based on the fact of our needs or whatnot. But this whole agenda management, if it is about the minutes, and we're going to spend an incredible amount of money on something that a lot of us don't agree with, especially since we have these other avenues in the video, and as Trustee Ursink has proposed time and time again, just time stamping on the agenda where the discussion occurred in the video. Then yeah, so I agree. But I also want to be clear is that a lot of us throw around, oh, this and that, and including myself, as far as it's these false dichotomies regarding budgeting. So yeah, let's take that out. I'm fine for deferring the whole agenda management, as long as we actually do have a discussion on the necessity of the level of minutes that 4 of the 7 of these board members require. Because we do spend, and we really need to look at the amount of time, because it is Sarah's time. That is a whole day to a day and a half post every meeting that we have in her typing up the minutes. So thank you.
Trustee Warren.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick because I think we should probably keep moving here. But yeah, I agree with President Rozek and Trustee Bockhurst. I mean, I think we need to figure out what we want to do with the minutes prior to purchasing software in order to record the minutes. Once we have clear direction, and maybe it'll be 4 of us, 5 of us, 6 of us, 7 of us, whatever that direction is, then we can pursue a solution to fulfill that direction. But I don't want to. I think it seems the wrong way around to buy the management software and then figure out what we wanted to do. So wanted to concur.
I do just want to say I remember sitting in committee on the agenda management issue, and it is more than just minutes. It's how the packet is presented online and a variety of other things, and how the packet gets to us, and how internally staff reviews and creates the packet and edits. It is significantly more than just minutes, but I guess I'm seeing that there's not a lot of interest in funding that project. I'm looking to see if there's any hands raised. So if we take the 31,650 off the levy, if we want to spend 150,000 in capital reserves, we have 118,350 left. So I guess I'm asking the emergency generator. I mean, I would fund the emergency generator, the roof trim, the tuck pointing. That's 75. 90, 100, and maybe the River Club window replacement. So I'll propose that we fund those with remaining capital reserves. If anyone has any comments, Mark.
Yeah, I'd just like to check in with Rebecca to see if staff is prepared to move forward on a $75,000 emergency generator in 2021, or if we would prefer to do more study on that till 2022. I don't recall where we left off on that.
Thank you for asking, Mark, because that was one of the comments I was going to make. We've withdrawn the request for 2021, and we're going to be continuing some investigation on how to possibly accommodate it with connecting to the Village Center generator. We're not sure how that's going to come out, but if so, then we're going to come back. If it is needed, we will come back in 2022.
Okay, so you don't, okay, great. Then we can put squad number 7 replacement in there. So I'm proposing to fund from capital reserves Squad 7 replacement, Village Hall roof trim, tuck pointing, the River Club window replacement. I guess the extra park fixtures in Atwater, I don't have a problem with either.
Question for Mark. What is Squad 7?
39,000.
I believe that was one of the detective or lieutenant vehicles. I'm not sure. Perhaps Chief Nimmer would know if he's on the line yet.
It was the detective car. And if you need to defer to 2022, that's fine with me.
I would request that we defer.
I would agree with that.
I say we defer.
I've never seen. We're trying to buy things and you don't want us to buy them. Okay, so you don't.
I would be against funding all of these here on this sheet and moving forward.
I'm sorry.
I would be against funding any of this stuff with the reserves.
You don't want to spend capital reserves. Okay.
But are you okay with the tax levy? I just want to be clarification question. Are you saying like you would still want the River Club window replacement?
No, I say we defer all of this to next year. I mean, if we're cutting budget, let's these are all things that have already been deferred. So let's move on.
I would not defer the River Club window replacement because I do remember that discussion. I think it was last year and it was severe. Is that correct, Rebecca?
Correct. And that was going to be done in $20,000 block allocations over last year, this year, and the following year.
So I would like to fund those out of capital reserves for sure.
Okay, let's just go item by item. Okay, the voting machines have been withdrawn. Agenda management, now I'm getting lost myself. Has that been, oh, okay. Can I just see hands of anyone who's interested in funding agenda management? Okay, okay. The CAFR software program, we haven't talked about that very much. Mark, do you still want that or are you deferring that?
Well, to be fair, I wouldn't have asked for it if I didn't want it, but it was identified as an item that's an improvement and eligible to be deferred. And, you know, I stick by that as well for my request as much as anybody else's.
Okay. This is a very weird dynamic. I don't remember ever having this in a budget meeting before. Okay. The video security cameras for Village Center. So that would be adding 30,000 funding, 30,600 out of reserves, in addition to the 31,650. So I'm in favor of that. Wes?
I'm only are you going around?
Oh, I guess, I mean, if we don't need to have a direct vote, okay, it looks like trustee Stokerbrand, Ursink, Warren, myself are all,
I'm in favor. Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
in favor of, oh, sorry, I didn't know if you were going around the table. I apologize. I'm in favor of doing the security cameras for DPW out of reserves, period.
Okay, I think we're all in favor of that. And then I think there's at least 4 of us who are in favor of adding on to that, the security cameras for Village Hall and Village Center. Okay. Okay, Mark. And then Squad 7 replacement has been withdrawn. The roof trim, who's in favor of using reserves to fund that? No? Am I the only one? Okay. Mace, the tuck pointing, $10,000. I mean, we do have reserves, you know, they're there to, you know, I'm not sure why we're not.
Building is this on? Village Hall?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Go ahead, trustee.
It's on Village Hall.
Is it important? I couldn't remember the discussion, Rebecca. Is this one of your major, you're recommending this is something that can be deferred? It is tax levy, but I'm just asking, it's on the deferred list.
I thought
Correct.
I'm sorry, I thought this was moved to reserves.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to. Is this something we want to fund with reserves? We have 150,000 minus the 31,650, and then we did say the other 30,600, correct? So
How close are we?
we are
We're at 62,250.
87,750. Now that's still giving, so we would still have reserves of 75,000. We have another 87,750 on top of that. So, I mean, something like tuck pointing that needs to be done on a regular basis, I think it's an absolutely acceptable use of reserves to do that.
I agree. It's a historic building, and I would also support the River Club window replacement. Then also, if it's from capital reserves, and we have reserved enough to make.
Yeah, we have. Okay, Trustee Bachworth. I'm sorry to interrupt, Trustee Bachworth.
Thank you, Trustee Menta. I understand that capital reserves generally, you know, you would never use them for a one-time budgetary fix, but one of the things I want us all to keep in the back of our mind when we're talking about spending our reserves right now is that we're in a pandemic, and this board has yet to develop a pandemic emergency plan. We've been reactive in many regards, proactive in some policy regards regarding masking and other things. But I'm not in the same mindset as Trustee Menta here in proposing that we bust out and spend all of our reserves, because we have absolutely no idea what the needs of this village are going to be regarding this pandemic, and if we need to pivot in a variety of ways. So yes, I know that it's a beautiful thing to say, okay, you know, we've got X amount of reserves, let's, you know, instead of like moving it to tax levy. But when the stuff hits the fan, and we are the #1 state right now as far as hotspot and everything else and all the news I'm sure you all are aware of, and yet we are talking about spending our reserves in this regard, capital reserves, but we don't know if we're going to need to outfit police and fire station, Village Hall, all these things with excessive, or not excessive, with emergency health protocols. So I'm with Trustee Ursink on this. I'm not going to spend up just because a couple of trustees think it's a good idea to use this pot of money that we so judiciously reserved for emergency situations. Because we're in a state of emergency right now, guys.
I mean, I would like to correct you that I am not advocating spending the entire amount of reserves. That this is in addition to $75,000 in reserves, which I believe is more than we had last year. Last year, Mark, wasn't it like 45,000 or something like that? So this is quite an ample amount of reserves. This is money that we have taxed people. And when people pay taxes, I think they expect it to be spent for either services or capital facilities.
Right, but they didn't expect a pandemic, and that's
so okay. I'm not sure what the fire, as you know, is under the North Shore Fire Department. The health is under the Health Department. Neither of these would be funded from our capital reserves. So I'm not really sure, you know, and I also contest that we don't have a plan. Ann Christensen and Rebecca came to us at the very beginning with an HR plan, and I think she's done an excellent job in responding to the pandemic. So
Well, we don't as a board have a plan.
okay, so I forget where we were. There were not 4 votes for the roof trim, the tuck pointing, $10,000. I'm in favor.
I could do it.
Only 3 of us? Oh, Jessica, okay, tuck pointing. Generator's been withdrawn. Kathy already said the River Club. I'm in favor of that.
So am I, by far.
Do it.
By reserves.
Okay, Jessica, are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Kathy's in favor. Go ahead,
I
Kathy.
have a question. If someone will let me in on the secret about how we're going to fund the Atwater Beach trash receptacles, or is that a discussion about how we're going to take care of the beach for another day?
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Carpenter.
It's top secret. You just have to guess. No, we had this conversation last year, and you know, the thing that I think, while I definitely want less trash at Atwater Beach and have done pickups there, we really, especially with the size of the beach, I really feel like it would be a lot more efficient to have the trash receptacles be removed or emptied on the weekends and during the sort of peak season, those 8 weeks out of the year, because that's really the sort of critical time, instead of spending the $15,000 or $13,000 that we are talking about for additional trash receptacles. I'd rather see us keep the same number and have them be emptied on the weekends during peak times, or during the peak season, I should say.
And I agree.
Menta, then could I just have a question? I have a question then, please, if we could have an explanation to Leanne about the emptying trash cans on the beach during the weekends.
We currently do not have staff available on the weekends to do that. So the current budget doesn't have, the current budget wouldn't support that activity on the weekends.
I guess what would you need, I guess going off of Trustee Stokebrand's question then, I know we've had a lengthy discussion about this last year and we came to no conclusion, but what is needed to get the trash receptacles emptied more during the peak season? What amount of money?
Policy change, overtime, and and changing the schedule of workers, public employees again.
So yeah, we're in budget. So my question is, if we're not going to fund the fixtures, then as Trustee Carpenter had mentioned, and I agree with her, because we have a small beach and it's getting smaller as erosion is occurring, what is the other option, which is to empty it more? What is the price tag? We've talked about this for now 3 years. So there's got to be an estimate of how much that would take in either overtime or some other staffing, paying of the lifeguards or whatever it may be. But I'm sure Leanne has thought about this since it's been brought up for 3 budgets.
It has, and it's been rejected 3 budgets. So maybe there's a reason we're not doing it.
I'm asking.
Okay. Let's please wait for me to. I mean, I would prefer to have a more informal communication, and it is a committee and not a formal board meeting. But if it's going to be back and forth and arguing, then I will insist on.
Well, I understand that if it's people that you support, David, you let them go run amok. But if it's others like myself, then you cut us off. So be consistent.
I haven't cut you off. I've let you go on and on. Leanne, can I just ask a question about this same topic though? I mean, the next time you hire somebody, could you say to that person, these are your hours? Your hours are, 7 to 3 or 7 to 4 Monday through Thursday, and then you have Saturday hours. I mean, can you just set the hours when you hire somebody so they work on a Saturday?
I think under the Village Human Resource Manual, that opportunity exists. I would, I can't speak to people's willingness to accept a job with a schedule like that. I would suggest that perhaps there may be a more cost-effective or more efficient way to do that with staff other than DPW full-time staff. And I know there was some discussion in the past about looking to include that in the lifeguard contract. I would certainly think that would be more cost-effective than paying a full-time DPW employee, either straight time, certainly time and a half to do that task. But I'm not prepared tonight to give you any kind of budget estimate for that.
Okay, well, hold on, Trustee Carpenter.
In the summer, I'm just asking this just to really understand the full picture, but in the summer, is there any opportunity for like our temporary our seasonal employees and or you know, sort of rotating? So maybe it isn't that you're working every Saturday, but maybe you're working, you know, 2 Saturdays out of the summer. You know, I don't know if there's if that's an option or you know, something else to sort of think about, so that it's not, you know, one person who's working every Saturday in the summer. I don't know if that's something we've thought about.
Leanne, do you want to answer that?
Sure, I think that varies from year to year. Certainly some years we have seasonal temporary staff that are, you know, great candidates for doing unsupervised work. I wouldn't necessarily say that, you know, I have some concerns, I guess, about the consistency of us being able to have some of our seasonal staff there on an unsupervised basis.
Although you did, I remember the last time we discussed this, mention that you, every other Saturday, you have people at the compactor. So there are people working on those at least half of the Saturdays. President Rozek.
I'm just concerned because this is the third year we've talked about this, and I believe we may have the votes to not put the trash receptacles on the beach. And again, I don't want them overflowing. And so if our staff doesn't have a number, at least we can put in funding of 10,000 or 5,000 for overtime for DPW just to get us by for the next summer, so that we have whatever that money will cover in overtime, we can empty the trash receptacles a little bit more. So I just, if that's the last resort, I'd like to put in some funding, not the 13,000, but potentially 5,000 for overtime for emptying trash receptacles. And if that gets you 2 weekends of the 8, fine. If it gets you 3, but our staff has not come up with that number for us or a solution yet with a number we can include. So I would like to put some in so that this summer our trash receptacles are not overflowing.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ursink.
I'm wondering if our new contracted mechanic could come out on the weekends and pick up the trash as well. Maybe we should ask that when we look for that contract.
Leanne, do you think that would work? Leanne?
I was actually just joking. That was
okay. Well, you know, it's now 7:35. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, you guys really, we're going to build into a policy discussion of implementing overtime versus putting some trash cans in. It's my turn. Let me reiterate what some of you said. Why don't we try it this year? Why don't we put some trash cans down there this year? And if it doesn't work, then we can take them out. But really, or how about, why don't you guys all volunteer to go empty the trash on the weekends when you're doing all your other things that you're doing, instead of making our staff, again, public employees, and I'm seeing a very big assault on public employees during this budget discussion. So I'd tread lightly, some of you, especially those of you that are planning on staying on this board, because really right now they're asking for, they did give us a solution, President Rozek. They're not offering solutions. No, they're not offering the solutions you want to hear, but they're offering solutions. So it's up to us to either take the solutions or move on. But right now we're brainstorming other options not recommended by staff, and just willy-nilly, just like charging fees at the beach and other kind of like really kind of egregious policy decisions. So I love that you guys want to be creative. This is great. Brainstorming is great. But as Trustee Amenta likes to continue to say, we've got a budget meeting. It's already 7:36 p.m. Staff came to us with a proposal. And for whatever reason, that all of you who don't go to the beach anyway, can't handle more trash cans because of, oh, I'm sorry, this year high water mark. So we don't have room for these. I mean, just put the dang trash cans out there. And then if you want to really require our public employees to work on the weekends, and we want to pay time and a half to have them empty fewer trash cans, then I'd love to see you sell that one to the greater good.
Trustee Warren, I do see that you have your hand up. I just want to make one comment. If we are only going to implement what staff asked us to implement, then we could have gone ahead with a 4.26% levy increase this year. Okay.
I don't see a cost saving at overtime.
It's my turn.
No, you
I'm
get to
talking.
talk whenever you
Okay,
want to
I am talking. You had your turn, and I've recognized myself. I am not in favor of a 4.26% budget increase.
Nor am I, babe. Nor
Then
am I. But I'm
can
also not
you
in favor of
please
paying
let
overtime
other
for
people
trash cans.
speak? You had your turn to speak.
So
Can you
have you,
please
Trustee
let other people?
Amenta.
Okay, you know what? Let's take a break. 10-minute break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Down. You're the worst. Right here.
All right, there's two of us.
Who else do we need on this one? I always forget who's on the committee, so I apologize.
Oh, the committee. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. The committee is me, Jessica, and Arthur.
Oh, okay.
I usually just think it's the whole board, but
I know.
so just to mark, so what I'm getting is that we want to fund the entire 62,250 out of reserves. The tuck pointing, I think the tuck pointing we agreed to, am I right? And the River Club window replacement, and we're trying to get through Atwater Beach. Is that
That's where I'm at as well, yes.
Okay.
Trustee Amenta?
I'm a little nervous because we don't have a quorum yet, so I don't want to start, is it just a procedural thing?
No, sorry.
Okay, we have a quorum. Go ahead, Trustee Stokerburn.
Okay, I think that it's important to understand that we have the staff available. I see nothing wrong with having the summer staff work a Saturday. They're temporary, they're college students. I think they should be able to competently take out trash at the end of a Saturday shift. If you have 2 temporary workers all summer long, they can each take a Saturday alternating. I believe they do weeding and gardening, horticulture type work. The last thing at the end of their shift on a Saturday should be to empty out the trash receptacles at Atwater Park. That's my request.
Thank you. And I know Tyler had a comment. Rebecca told me in the break that Tyler wanted, Leanne, can I have Tyler and then you go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Trustee Amenta. My comment was just to piggyback a little bit of what Leanne said earlier. The one main thing that we would want to make sure that if we have a seasonal type employee working out at Atwater is they have some kind of supervision. And I think the best model, if you're looking for a cost-efficient way to do that, would actually be to structure it under the Atwater lifeguard contract, because you already have a supervisor in Eric Gitson out at Atwater. And we kind of have an idea of what the cost would be because of this year with COVID. We added an additional person to work at the front to do counts and to state the rules. And that was about, I think it was 4,000 this year. And that was on an as needed basis. So I think if the board decided that this was a priority, one option could be to add $5,000 onto the lifeguard contract for Eric to have another staff person during the peak season from 11 to 4 to be able to pick up trash and empty the receptacles. So I just wanted the board to know that could be a potential cost-effective option. They would just have to talk with DPW as when they get the trash and what to do, but those are minor procedure things that I think we could work with them.
Trustee Amenta, please. I don't understand why we need to have supervision for a college-age student. I understand we had a serious accident a few years ago, and accidents happen. Accidents can happen Monday through Friday. But I just don't see how adding $5,000 to the lifeguard budget helps us when we need trash removed. The horticulture work can be done 7 days a week, weather dependent. I'm confused that there's all kinds of college age students that work without supervision.
Oh,
Perhaps,
Leanne, and then Wes, I did see that you had your hand up, so you after Leanne.
Perhaps I mischaracterized that. In addition to simply supervision, in order for them to have access to vehicles or the facility, I would need to give them keys to the yard and to the buildings. And frankly, that's not something I'm comfortable doing.
Okay, Trustee Warren.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in the interest of moving us along and seeing that we're already approaching 8 and we're still on the first block of things, I am fine with doing what Tyler's recommendation sounds good to me. We can kind of figure, I'm okay with taking this, kind of figuring it out, see how it works. So Tyler, I like your recommendation. I'm good with it.
Okay, so in terms of this particular budget area, it's the question of funding additional trash receptacles. I'd propose we call the question on that. although trustee Rozak, I don't think is back yet. I mean, President Rozak.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, you are, okay. So I'll call the question. Let's vote on calling the question. Sarah, can you read the roll for a vote on calling the question?
Yes.
The trash receptacles.
Yep, call question. Trustee Ursink,
Yes.
Trustee Carpenter,
Yes.
Trustee Amenta,
Yes.
Trustee Stokerbrand,
Yes.
Trustee Bachhorst,
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
I'm so sorry. My video cut out for the last 2 minutes, so I have no idea what I'm voting on.
Yeah, what's the motion? Mine did too. Can you just reread the motion?
it's actually
Your math is gone.
it's to call to question on the trash receptacles or the lifeguards. I'm sorry, it's just to call the question.
On the trash receptacles, on the trash receptacles.
Yes. Yeah.
What is the question?
President Rozak.
Yes.
Okay, vote is 7-0 to call the question. So we're now going to go around and vote on funding of trash receptacles. So a yes vote is to yes, I want to fund them. A no vote is no, I do not want to fund them. Okay?
Is there a funding mechanism out of capital
It would
reserves?
be out of capital reserves.
And do we know how many it would be? I'm sorry.
Leanne, how many would it be?
I don't think we can ask these questions. We called the question.
Okay. Well, I mean, it would be in the budget. It would be in,
You guys, we can't discuss. We either discuss or can't discuss.
Well, I'm going to hold on and look it up and see what it is because I think it's a valid question.
So point of parliamentary procedure, or maybe it's point of order. Like, I guess we can restate the motion. That's the only thing we can discuss at this moment, and not even discuss.
That is correct.
And this meeting is known as a Budget and Finance Committee Standing Committee meeting. All members of the board have an ability to come and attend this meeting, but it is a meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. So my understanding is that these aren't necessarily official votes, but
Yeah, that's a good point. It's just yeah. Well, it says up to 6 permanent refuse containers and 2 large bike racks is what is in this amount.
Point of order. Yes. If this is a Budget and Finance Committee meeting, then none of us should be voting except the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So,
and actually, they shouldn't be voting either because these are board decisions.
I think
they can vote to recommend to the board.
Okay, I think in the past we've kind of done more straw poll voting just to get an indication to staff for what to bring us in November for the final budget. So if you'd rather do a straw poll and not do a formal vote, that's fine. But in that case, then if we're not going to do votes, okay, we'll do votes to call the question with just the committee then. Okay, so
I would like to raise a point of parliamentary procedure here, or a point of order as the attorney on the line.
No, he is not. So in the past,
I don't really think this actually is a valid vote then. So I would say the recommendation I would have is you guys go back to like reconsider or just withdraw your motion here.
Okay, I'm the chair of the committee. This is how we've always done it. We do need to give direction to the finance director.
Not in the 7 years I've been on.
Excuse me, you are not recognized to speak, okay? We do need to give direction, and I'm okay doing it as kind of a straw poll rather than a formal vote. So who is in favor of up to 6 additional trash containers at Atwater Beach, including that in the budget? So Arthur.
Ask a question real quick, Trustee Menta. Is that including the park as well as the beach?
No, the park fixtures is a separate item.
Okay, so with park fixtures, does that include more trash receptacles in the park? Are we just talking about 6 new trash?
Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry, I got it messed up. The beach trash receptacles for $13,000 is up to 12 trash and recycling cans. Okay, and you're right. The $12,000 for the park is 6 refuse containers and 2 bike racks. So we're talking about up to 12 additional trash and recycling containers on Atwater Beach.
Man, I don't think we need that many. Can we cut that down to, can we cut that in half? Can we, what can we do?
Okay, who's in, let's just see hands on who's in favor of 6 additional trash and recycling containers on the beach. Kathy, Arthur,
6.
Tammy. Is there a 4th, Wes? Yes or no?
Are we talking about the whole funding or just part of the funding?
Just 6, so that would be half of it.
Like half I could go for.
Okay, we have 4. We have interest from 4 and 6, so we're adding 6,000 back into. I assume to be funded with capital reserves, correct?
That's
okay.
what you said.
Okay. Okay. So let me add that, and then Atwater park fixtures. So that's up in the park, and that is, I said, up to 6 refuse containers and 2 large bike racks. Okay, I'm okay with that. Do you have a question, Trustee Carpenter?
Where would the additional bike racks go?
I don't. Do you have an answer, Leanne?
I do not at this point. We would either find or create a space for them.
Okay.
I have a question, Leanne.
Yes, President Rozek.
So I think that bike racks somewhat go with Lake Drive, the reconstruction. I would not be in favor of voting on that now, just because I think it's a mode of transportation, and it kind of goes with our transportation study that we're going to be doing for Lake Drive, that goes in front of the park, including maybe potentially marking meters. And the trash receptacles, my question is, you said up 6, and where would those be placed? Do we have a problem with overflowing trash in the park area?
Yes, we do, or we did this summer. So they would be placed strategically throughout the park. Various locations, they typically have to be placed closer to Lake Drive so that they are able to be serviced more easily. But we take a look at making sure that we are not blocking key view sheds with those containers. And we would continue to place them in that manner.
And they get picked up at the same time as the others?
I'm sorry, as which others?
Whichever we have currently.
Yes.
So the beach, you mean?
Like the beach and the park all at one time?
Yes.
Trustee Bachhorst.
Thank you, Trustee Menta. One thing I want to also remind everyone is that during a pandemic, it seems that there are far fewer options for people. And I know the beaches usage is on the rise, and we, as far as the lifeguards, we funded additional things in the past, and there have been, new needs. So the one thing that I want to remind myself and everyone else is that, again, given that these quality of life changes exist, it is imperative that we allow safe, healthy outdoor options for, people in Shorewood and beyond as a welcoming and opening community. So if we have to spend a little bit more money this year, we can always take it out of the budget next year, but this pandemic isn't going away, as we know, anytime soon. So I would really want to err on the side of being good stewards to the public as far as funding options are concerned. And if it's, a couple $1,000s here to do that, I'm more than willing to take that.
Trustee Warren.
To that point, can we do something like we did with Atwater Beach and just say we're funding half of it for the trash receptacles, and then to President Rozek's point, we don't quite know the transportation piece of it, so we're not going to fund that. I mean, is that something that we could get a general consensus on?
Can we use one of those trash?
I don't know if you guys are raising your hand. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Erson.
I was just going to say, maybe there's a way of taking some of those, 12 that we set aside for the beach, and just say, let's fund the 12, but then take, a couple extra from that and put them on in the park.
I think we only funded 6.
I know we only funded 6, but we talked about up to 12. So what if we funded, the full, 10? What if we funded 10 and took 4 and put 4 up on the park? I think 4 more would probably do the, be the right amount for up there.
Oh, okay, Trustee Stokerbrand, you had a comment?
My guess is these are different different receptacles because the ones on the beach the ones up on the park are fairly stylized and the ones at the beach are really durable. And so they may be apples and oranges, but we went with half the amount on the Atwater Beach trash receptacles. I would approve of going 50% on the next item, Atwater Park fixtures, in agreement with Trustee Warren, so we can move on, so we get some improvements and then we can see how it goes.
Okay, can I just see a straw poll of who's in favor of $6,000 for Atwater Park fixtures?
Wait, does that include the bike? Trustee Warren had made and I don't know if Kathy was agreeing to take the bike fixtures out until the transportation study goes in the next 2 years. Is that what you're proposing?
And also, I wouldn't wait on a sorry to interrupt, but I wouldn't wait on a transportation.
I'm asking a question. I'm asking a question of, is that what the 6,000 included or not?
That's what it means, that it means waiting on the bike. Is that correct? Trustee Warren, you brought this up, right?
Yeah, I figured that'd be the way to cut it if you're going to. I mean, I think that's the easiest thing to do here. We had a pressing problem with the garbage, with the trash. So that's the way I would divide the two up.
Okay.
So I don't think it's 6,000 then, because 12,000 is a total. So half, it would be less than 6,000 because you're taking out the bike stuff and half the receptacles.
No, I thought we were doing all the receptacles, just taking out the bike. Okay, Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. Also, I just wanted to ask if the parks, by the way, as the Parks and the Parks Committee, as well as the, what's the other one? Shoot. Had a joint meeting the other day. I just wanted to know thank you. If they've been consulted on this, but also I'm sure you've all heard or read the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, as well as the U.S. Department of Transportation, has noticed that during the pandemic, there has been an increase in people cycling. During the pandemic, they're avoiding public transportation and a variety of things. So again, we have to put this in the frame of not just the budget, but also we are in a global, emergency situation here. So I would not want to, if we actually do, and I don't know if the data supports this in Shorewood necessarily, but if there is a need for bike locking, that we have to look at that and not wait for a study 2 years from now. And I understand, Trustee Warren, that's a good compromise, but we're also talking about $6,000 and really small budgetary items here that and I would love it if to hear at least from the Bike and Ped Safety as well as the Parks Commission regarding the usage and the needs and stuff like that, because I think we're making decisions right now based on not on a line item and also on just our interpretation of things. And I'm just curious if there's other data that we are ignoring that could factor into this. And these are also not official votes, these are straw polls. So just because we just did a hand raise before what we're comfortable on, if we want to be look at things globally and comprehensively, as we all of us have said tonight, then that's a comprehensive situation that I think needs to be explored.
Well,
I would not go for not.
Okay, I would like her.
Hold on one second. We have always done this in budget.
Exactly.
We've had a committee meeting where we've discussed and we've gone down the list and we've had straw polls and we've come to agreement. Trustee Bachor seems to be questioning that process. I guess I want to hear the will of the board, as if I think the only alternative is to adjourn this meeting and have the village schedule a formal board meeting chaired by President Rozek, where we go through the same process. So that's not how we've previously done it, but I'm not in favor of doing that. But if there's anyone else who would like to adjourn right now and come back as a full board and make these same decisions, then speak now, I guess.
And I would like to speak for a second. I support Trustee Amenta 100%. We've always done the budget this way. We've always had the budget chair, which is Mike Maher. In the last 5 years that I was here, besides Trustee Amenta, he had always chaired the meeting. It was a full board meeting. We called it a special finance and budget meeting, and we took straw polls, and we never went against what we voted on by the time the budget was put together. Once in a while, there'd be a few minor adjustments at the end, but this is the time of when we go over the list and we decide what's in and what's out. And if you'd like to change that process now in the middle, I would move to adjourn, and someone can second that. I am not in favor of that. I am in favor of continuing on with the process we've always used.
Okay, is there anyone else who is in favor of adjournment and reconvening at another time to continue this budget process? I don't see any other hands. Okay, great.
Pulse
I believe
dichotomy, Trustee Amenta.
Yes, Trustee Bockhorst.
So those are not the only options we have. And also I'm going to correct some inaccuracies that have been stated tonight. This is not the way that we do things right now is not the way things have always done. And also many of you have campaigned on not doing things the way that they've always been done. So it's a unique year. We're in a pandemic. Okay. So
are you
we
moving
have
to
take
adjourn?
that into, excuse me, no, and you don't have the floor. Okay. So it is not that my recommendation that we move to adjourn. This is a false dichotomy again. This is exactly why we have these discussions. And I'm correcting the misinformation that's been presenting tonight. So yes, we are in a specific, unique situation. And if we need to look at things differently this year, we better look at things differently this year because we have the highest rate of COVID increases in the state happening right now.
I move to adjourn.
I'd like to recognize Rebecca, please.
I move to adjourn. Is there a second?
I'd like to continue. We have a number of things we need direction that we need from the
There's a
board
motion
tonight.
on the floor. I mean, I
understand that there's a motion on the floor, but this is also a budget and finance committee meeting, and I'm asking of the board to proceed.
Thank you. Let's proceed, people.
I'd like to also. Okay. I think, should we, let's just do a show of hands on keeping the Atwater Park fixtures at 12,000 because I believe that was mentioned by Trustee Bockhorst. Are there, who is in favor of that item at 12,000? I see one. Let's just do 6,000 again to be sure. 6,000. Okay, so we're at 6,000. Okay, so I have that we have in total. So we're spending from the 250 that Mark mentioned in capital reserves, about 105,000. So we are. So we'll have 75. We'll have like 125,000, Mark, in capital reserves.
Is the 6,000 for garbage cans?
There's
We voted for $6,000. There's
There's
just $6,000.
$6,500 for beach trash cans on the beach, and there is $6,000 for trash cans at Water Park.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Trustee.
I apologize just from being new. What happens with the reserves then next year? I mean, did we just keep collecting money then? Okay, thank you. I just see.
Yeah, I mean, if we have an, say if something comes up during the year that hasn't been in the budget, then we do have the reserves to be able to fund it. If something comes up, if we need to fix a door or, the roof caves in or something, then we have some reserves. Okay, we'll have quite a healthy reserve in capital reserves. Okay, we can move on. We have two more sections: budget wrap-up items and capital fund. We are currently at 2.4% levy increase. Am I correct? I'm right, Mark? Or no, we took that out. I'm sorry. So it's 0. So I have that.
I'm at 2.13.
That's where I am, 2.13. We're making progress. Okay. All right. Additional general fund reserves. So this is in the debt service budget, and this is keeping us at a 0%. This is what we talked about at the beginning of the meeting. So this is where at 0% increase in levy for debt service. That's right, Mark?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I don't know, does anyone have any further? I mean, I personally would like to start increasing our levy for debt service, and I think we may need to, be really clear with the public that, for example, like I'd like to see us at 1.5% this year. If we were at 1.75, I think we need to be really clear with the public, like we have a bump in debt service, and that 1.5 is to keep our operations and our current services, and that 0.25 is, I mean, it'd be great, but as we've already talked about, we don't really have many opportunities for lowering levy in relation to our operations. So,
I agree.
so if we were to increase, that would be taking away from, that would be putting us in the other direction in terms of our levy increase if we take some of that reserve away. But we could also shift it between this and fund capital projects. So there's also, but let's just leave it for now unless anybody else has an opinion about it. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question about that. Can you clarify for me for 1 second? If we increase it, we're utilizing our general reserve more, so we're drawing down on general reserve and paying down debt. Is that correct?
No, if we increase it, we're offsetting more. So right now we're offsetting debt service so that our debt service will stay exactly where it was last year. So, you know, our bill may be 2.1 million, but we're using the reserve to do that extra amount, and we're just doing the levy at the same. So if we were to, so we're already at we're already at exactly what we were last year for debt service. If we put even more in, we'd be reducing, our levy would go down, but we are going farther away from where we need to be in terms of increasing our debt service levy.
Okay, so whatever lowers the tax levy is what I'm in favor of.
Well, right now it's a 0% increase. So we're using reserves to keep our debt service at exactly what it was last year. I didn't hear that.
What did we do last year? Did we put in more? Did we put in more last year from the general reserve?
Yes, we put in enough to keep, instead of going up 5%, we went 0%. Okay, Trustee Brandt.
Thank you.
Trustee Amenta?
Yeah.
So when you mentioned 1 or 1.5%, you'd like to see that go to?
Yeah.
It seems like a large amount. What made you come up with 1.5? And can you justify that for me?
Okay, so you remember the graph?
Is this where we have to have the TID discussion too? What to do with TID 1?
I don't know. I mean, TID, you know, that's in 2021 or 2022. But I mean, you remember the graph that Mark sent that showed the line? I mean, that line is going up at 5% a year. So by the time we get to 2024, 2025, we're levying enough to be able to meet our debt service there. So the idea of using the reserves was just like as a stopgap for a couple of years, but while we were still increasing the levy to get us where we need to be. Well, we haven't done that. We've just gone flat, right? So, and now we're talking about the second year of just going flat. So we're farther. So now we have to do an even steeper, when we have to get up to that amount, it's going to be an even steeper jump. That's the basic situation. So what I'm saying is, instead of keeping us at 0, can we just start to shift that line a little bit and start, you know, pushing up debt service a little bit? Trustee Ursink is saying yes. Okay.
So then what will that mean for our operating levy?
Well, I don't know, Mark. What would if we did 1% instead of 0, what would that number be? Mark has to tell us.
That'd be $18,000.
That's all? It's just $18,000 just to be 1% increase?
In debt service?
Last year.
If you're just referring to debt service, 1% increase instead of 5%, then 18,000, yes.
Wasn't it 5% last year? I'm sorry.
No,
Didn't we increase it?
No, we were at 0. 2020 was at the 19 rate. We just stayed flat. Okay, Trustee Carpenter, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to say that I think that we, you know, especially if it's only 18, I mean, not only, but if it's $18,000, you know, I think that there's, you know, there's a lot still, of course, that's unknown. And I think that, you know,
gradually increasing to get us there is a much better solution.
Okay, Trustee Ursink.
Would you mind, could I have Mark's perspective on this? I'd love to hear from staff just on this particular topic and what his perspective is.
Sure. Well, there's multiple ways to approach this. You know, the original way was to look at where we saw our debt service needs going as part of the long range plan and kind of chug up that slow, steady hillside so that we use some of the general fund reserves and still got ourselves stepping up the debt service levy to the point where we would meet our debt service needs before we ran out of reserves. So that proposal was a 5% per year increase to accomplish that. Anything is an improvement over holding flat. But to be quite candid, a 1% increase of $18,000 over a multiple year period is not going to eliminate the jump that we're going to have to take at some point when we run out of reserves to get to what our actual debt service needs are projected to be. It's going to make it less, but it won't eliminate it. So, you know, staff, you know, is willing to take the direction of the board. We've provided a couple of memos on the topic. You know, we certainly have enough reserves in the short term to hold it at zero or even reduce it further to address short-term budgetary concerns. But again, staff sees that number going up to about 2.3 million in the next few years when we run out of reserves, or again, as we talked about earlier, we do get some property tax relief when TIN 1 closes, and that relief could be redirected to reset the debt service amounts to the required levels without resulting in a property tax increase in dollars at the household level. Obviously, there's an increase in dollars, but because of the tax relief, the homeowners' tax bills will still go down that year. They just will not go down as much as they would have if we would have pursued this 5-year or 5% stabilization over another 5 or 6 more years here.
Okay, President Rozek.
Yeah, I think that the TID, when it closes, we have always promised the residents that when it closes, they were going to have tax relief from that. Not just what Mark was saying because of property values, but because we were going to basically refund it to the residents. It's not going to be that much money, in my opinion, but I don't want to go back on that pledge. As for this year, if we kept it at 0 last year, I would propose to do the same this year.
Okay.
That just seems like so irresponsible. You said you're not running for another seat, and you're putting such a huge burden on the future of this village by voting for that. It just seems super irresponsible. I'd like to go to 5%. You know, I mean, I think if our staff is recommending it, I think we need to go to 5%, or else we're going to be in deep trouble. And you're not going to be on the board.
You can cut operations.
We really don't need to cast aspersions on each other. Let's just try to stay focused and make decisions. If we were to do a 5%, that would increase it to 1.924 million, and our levy increase would go to 2.92%. And there really isn't, there are things we could fund with reserves, but, oh no, are there other things we can fund with reserves? Yes. So there's some stuff we could still take out. Maybe we should come back to this question at the end. Like, let's go through the other things and see how we can go, and then we can use this as the last to kind of calibrate where we are with our final tax rate. Trustee Carpenter, did you have something?
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, because I think if we can sort of see, you know, where we end up everywhere else, then we can say, you know, we can adjust up or down from there.
Okay. Right, if we get to like
Okay.
zero, if we get to like 0% levy increase, we could put 1% back in and put it on here. Yes, Trustee Rose, President Rose.
Thank you. I just want to, that was a disparaging remark to me because I'm not running, that I would actually put the burden on a future taxpayers. I've been saying for 5 years, and I want to clarify that we do need to do something, that we need to start slowly whittling away at some operations so that we don't get to a point where there's a cliff. I don't want to raise taxes by 5% any year. And so 5-10%. So nobody has heard me in the last 5 years, meaning the majority of the board. And we have gotten to this point. And so at this point, we are in a pandemic. And I think we started our budget discussions with most of the board agreeing that we don't want to have a tax burden that's high this year. And therefore, that is why I said I would like to keep it at 0%, to keep the tax levy burden low. The school district raised the taxes by over 4%. I would like to balance that out on the tax bill for our taxpayers this year, because as a small business owner and as people in the private sector, we are hurting. And so I don't think it's fair that another trustee on this board would accuse me of making a proposal to put a burden on another taxpayer's board. That's just not right.
Well, you are. I mean,
Okay, I really don't want to get into back and forth of insulting each other. Why don't we come back to this after we get to our final levy amount? Review of trustee stipends. Does anyone want to make a discuss this or propose anything on this one?
I'll defer it. Yep.
I'm sorry, President Rozek.
I'll defer it. It was my motion. I'll defer it to, I think that we need, I think it's absolutely necessary, but it doesn't sound like the will of the board is ready for it this year, so I'll defer it.
Any other comments? I mean, I have to say I'm in favor of stipends for the time we're actually spending in meetings. It hasn't increased since 1970 something, and I'm in favor of something. I don't know how much, but Trustee first.
Yeah, thank you. I would say that I would never incentivize this board by spending more time in meetings, which we've tripled since, maybe quadrupled since I've been started on the board in 2013. So even though I can understand, the fact that we are paid far less than our neighboring municipalities, it's not a number one. It's very well known that this is a very dysfunctional board. So the fact that we have a 6-7 hour meetings over and over, we're asking taxpayers to pay us $50 an hour or whatever it is, so that we have these long meetings. We had this discussion last time. I'm all for deferring this, but if it's the will of the board to continue to pursue, it's actually a really good discussion, and I think it really will highlight a lot of the things that we could improve upon as a board. But also, I would like to say, we're all elected here, and I'm just going to remind people that if we disagree at this board level on a variety of things, which we do, that I think that we all have thick enough skin to take it and to not personalize, because we're talking about policy and we're throwing things out there. So it's kind of actually up to us to determine whether or not we're going to personalize opinions by other board members. And that's not a discussion that I would ever ask taxpayers to pay $350 an hour. Did I get that math right? For us all to dispute this. So
okay, I'm
curious to see what others.
I'm not really interested in continuing to discuss it. Trustee Carpenter.
I would just, I'm not really interested in having the conversation either. But I just would hope that we could not personalize comments personally. Tonight I've personally been offended a few times already. I just would like, separate from even the trustee compensation discussion, that we focus on the topics and we move forward, just as Trustee Backhorst had said. So
Okay, absolutely, I agree. So I don't see a lot of interest in continuing to discuss this item. President Rozak?
I'm not interested in continuing this item either, but I don't know if employee compensation is on the list. I can't remember, and if it is, I'll wait for my comment.
Health insurance contribution is. I don't think.
It was the CPI I'm talking about. And the only reason I want to mention it here, because I don't think it's on the list, the private sector is really suffering. And I think Trustee Amenta had made this comment earlier. I would never suggest this in a normal year, but in this year, I do feel that the CPI is at, I was just at the fire board meeting, the CPI this year is at 1.1%. And we're giving our staff, is it a 2%, 2.5% increase?
I believe it's 1.5%, but Mark, correct me if I'm wrong.
Mark?
It is at 1.5%, and you know, we have data from the state that directs us what the CPI is for government, and I believe this year it's at 1.7, looking August to August, which is our budget cycle. So that's kind of besides the point, but it's 1.5% into the budget for non-union staff.
Okay, because the board meeting for the fire said 1.1, so it might be off for different union, non-union. But I do want to just make the point that we are being very generous to our employees, which I appreciate this board doing. But if there was one year that we did not give, if we kept it at 1% or 0%, it would be this year, in my opinion, as the private sector is taking that cut as well.
Okay, we are currently at 2.13%. Let's move on from trustee stipends. 4th of July event funding. We have $5,000 in there. Trustee Carpenter.
I know that there's no way to know this, but is there going to be 4th of July? I know that we're still a ways away, but right now,
I'm not sure. Tyler, did you have input on that?
I can just save the board some time. We can make 4,000 work. It was programmed in the budget for 2019. Or for 2020, I'm happy to make it work in 2021 if there's a 4th of July. So to save time, I'm okay with the 4,000.
4,000 instead of 5,000.
Yeah.
Okay. Any trustee Ursink?
I wonder if, I'm just kind of brainstorming here, but if the foundation, or the foundation could help out next year, if this could be something that we could put the George Foundation on.
I mean, they do fund the fireworks displays. So are there, so I guess Tyler said trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I'd like to say is that I've heard it kicked around a lot tonight that we're in a pandemic and we need to keep the tax levy increase low as a result. I don't think this village, and also remember 70% of people last year voted for the referendum in the schools to raise their property taxes so they benefit from public services. And I use that example to also go back to the compensation argument that President Rozak just made, that public employees this year need to take a hit. I'm not sure why we shift the burden on public employees and then say, hey, everyone in Shorewood, we're trying to look to give you a tax break. They kind of go hand in hand. So if we want to keep the tax levy low, I don't think that we penalize the public employees who are doing a really good job despite all of the problems to provide the services that this village asks for and pays for. So anyway.
Okay. Do you have any comments on the 4th of July event funding?
Only that it's highly unlikely that it will go on. So I'm fine with the 4,000. And I don't know if we can use reserves from last year that we didn't spend, but if nothing else, I'm sure we could use this in other ways that this pandemic most likely is going to require. So I'd keep.
Okay, I'll just take a straw poll on reducing it to 4,000. I'm okay with that. Kathy, Allison, okay. All right, well, that's only $1,000, but it's something. If it's okay to move on, review village board conferences, $2,000. I could see eliminating this one entirely, but
I'm in favor of eliminating it
Okay, anybody else?
I have a question, please.
based on actuals.
Trustee Stokebrand, then Carpenter, then Warren. Go ahead.
I just had a question about this. So I attended a webinar on planning and zoning because I'm on the plan commission and I was reimbursed for that. Would that include this sort of thing? It was very helpful. It's a 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to leave something there for, I think we'll be, we're going to see another year of webinars. So that cuts out the hotel meal. And I'm just saying it'd be nice to have something. It helped me.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say, that, there's significantly less expense, but I would like to see some funding there so that people have some opportunity for additional knowledge, training.
Trustee Warren and then Trustee Bockhorst.
Yeah, I rolled onto this board a couple of years ago, and some of the programming I've seen has really been helpful. I mean, there's reasons there's kind of professional education and all that kind of stuff. It's because you need to kind of learn the job. So I understand these are hard times, but when you have some of these educational pieces, for $2,000 for relatively small amounts in comparison to the rest of our budget, I'd like to leave it where it is. I mean, I can see taking it down a little bit, but I think we still want to allow ourselves to kind of grow and learn because we'll be better trustees and better servants then.
Okay, Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. And in my 7 years now on this board, the professional development for board education has decreased from, I believe it was upwards almost of $10,000. I could be mistaken, but it's now down to 2, and that's shared amongst 7 members of this board. And yes, right now more than any time, even though we don't have to take into consideration the hotel and other kind of travel expenses, the need for professional development and the resources that these kind of conferences provide and are doing a pretty darn good job. And I'm going to give a board report on the league's annual conference at our next board meeting. But to again cut this when we have so much uncertainty right now, guys. I mean, again, we're trying to be great fiduciaries during a pandemic that none of us have experience with. And so there are so many resources out there and things that we should tap into, including things that have been proposed by Trustee McKeag, other trustees in the past, including myself, regarding board development and the need for us to have some kind of, training or seminars or conferences on how can we better get along as a board so that we can get through our agendas, so that we don't defer things, so we, don't hold over and that we don't waste the public staff and our own time. So $2,000, if we're going to split hairs here, guys, remember this is this is one of the smallest budgets I've ever seen for something like this. And I don't know how many of you guys are experts in all the areas as far as your governance is concerned. I know I'm not. We can all benefit significantly from some education. So divide 2,000 by 7. What's that? 300, not even 300, 275 plus per person per year on board development, which I could see a lot of time being saved and a lot of different things, a lot of resources in this village being saved and allocated towards other needs if we all participated in more training outside of attending these board meetings than last.
And President Rozak.
I remember why I proposed this because during it's from the actuals, and I don't know, Mark, if you have your book in front of you, but the actuals for 18 and for 19 or projected for 19, but for 17, 18 and projected, or 18 and 19 projected for 20 were significantly in the hundreds. And now that we are in a pandemic and we're not traveling, I just feel like it is a good idea for us to all get educated. And I 100% agree with Trustee Bockhorst in that respect. But we just don't. And the actuals prove that. So I agree with the board that we should leave something in there. I think 1,000 is more than the actuals over the last 3 years. And so I would reduce it to 1,000.
Okay, can I just have a straw poll on taking it from 2,000 to 1,000? 1, 2, Alice, 3, 4. Okay, I'd like to move on because that's only.
I'd like to speak to this though.
I would really like to move on. It's 8:30. We have a lot to do. You've already spoken to it. So can we take on learning racism training and cultural diversity?
Another example of board development that's highly needed.
Okay, Rebecca, I know you had something in the memo which I didn't have time to read, giving us some more information about these items.
It was pretty basic at the last, I'll pull it up right now. The board had asked for how Sam Coleman's contract was allocated, and then the board also wanted a description of the YWCA Unlearning Racism class. So a link was provided to that program description.
And so we know that the YWCA is doing that class.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I know that they were virtual during a portion of the year, then went back in person. As you all know, we'll see what people offer later on, but it could be a webinar component, I'm not sure.
Okay, so the 6,500 is for that YWCA course for a couple of staff people to take that course, correct?
Correct.
Okay, President Rozek.
I would like to move this funding. I think we've had the discussion at the board level twice now that there is the possibility that we're not going to get to it because we are doing a whole, we want to take the time and really digest what we're spending I think it was 10,000 or 9,000 plus supplies with Sam Coleman, right, Coleman?
Yeah.
And I'd like to redirect the money to the police department line for training about racism. Their line has been consistently in 5 years at $1,000, if not less, when I first started. And I'd like to increase it and have the police department take this type of training while we are taking our training through Sam Coleman.
Okay, can I, just a technical matter, the amount of money for Sam Coleman's contract is not currently on the list, correct?
Correct, because we are engaged in that contract. And to President Rozek's point, I would support that change of venue with allocating these funds within the scope of the police department and to be put towards a use as identified within the scope of their organizational study to be concluded later this year.
So you're just talking about moving the funding from
Correct.
board to the police department, but the funding staying, okay.
For racism training specifically, I wouldn't just put it in the police department. I agree
Yes.
with Rebecca.
There's a cultural diversity line item, and which I believe is the one that you're referring to. And right now in the PD, it reflects about $1,000. In some cases that increased significantly. I know one year there's 24,000 in that line item for some specific training that they did relative to this topic, but I would support moving it to there for the 2021.
I think you're saying different things though, because we already have a contract with Sam Coleman and it's already proceeding. So
Correct.
Just a technical matter of moving that process to the police budget is one thing, but I think President Rozek is saying she would like to reprogram that money specifically for police training.
Nope, there's 6,500 on the list. That is for the YMCA. It's in addition to the Sam Coleman contract. It's in addition. So I'd like to take that 6,500, which I think Rebecca is agreeing with me, and move it into the line item that is currently in the police department for training on racism, something cultural, something that it has $1,000 in it, and make that 7,500.
But are you saying that then it would no longer be for the YWCA program? It would be for specific training for police. Okay, that's the proposal. Trustee Warren?
I mean, my suggestion would be we stick with what, I appreciate what President Rozek is saying, and I do think that budgetary line item needs to be increased. I think that's a different conversation, though. I think we have to stick with this. I don't like, I think that we want to pursue something that we've talked about a lot over the past couple of months, and we specifically signed up for this training. I don't think, it doesn't feel right to kind of start redirecting and changing what we're doing midstream. So I think we should leave these two line items alone, and then down the line, we should talk about whether we want to, and I think we do, fund the police department for more training of this type.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter.
I just have a clarifying question for Rebecca. So for this particular training, it is just village staff, and do you know how many staff members will go through the training?
It's approximately $500 per person to go through, and it was contemplated, depending on how the process works with Sam, to potentially be some board members, some staff members. So it was undefined, but my point in having it in there was purely to make the dollars available, because I think it's something important for our organization. And I have personally found the training to be invaluable. So it's just a starting point.
I've heard you and Tyler both mention it and talk about it quite a bit. So I'm also in favor of keeping it where it is. And is there, can I just see a show of hands of who?
I have a question, Trustee Amenta.
Yeah, Trustee Stokerbrand.
So there's a page here that says police 15,875 budgeted and to be maintained. So does none of that training include racism, human relations? Is that all? What is that 15,000?
Is that in the police budget you're talking about?
It's on the page where we number 6, training and education, the follow-up items.
The item I'm talking about is review cultural diversity training in the police department, 1,000. It's separate.
Chief, would you like to clarify?
Yes, the 15,600 or 300 is for the entire police department training fund. And we have currently allocated $1,000 for diversity training.
I'm sorry, what was the total?
Mark, what's the total in that line?
So this memo says 15,875.
That's correct.
And of that, only 1,000 is for diversity?
Correct.
So the rest of it is weapons. I would say too that I would favor designating some of this, the 13 people for the unlearning racism at the YWCA. We're going to keep that open to police staff then, right? But why would we not want to spend, if there's a, I mean, I'm sure Chief Nimmer is probably looking at or hearing about unlearning racism programming is specific for law enforcement. Why would we not? I think we should keep this open. I don't feel wedded to the YWCA program. If there's something that's specific for law enforcement that we find out about, I think we should be nimble.
I can touch on that a little bit. We are currently working with all the Milwaukee County law enforcement agencies to find both a company and a trainer that would be acceptable and be able to do the training that we need them to do. So we're adamantly working on that right now. Pat Mitchell from West Dallas is taking the lead on that to try to coordinate that and see if we can't do some train the trainer courses as well. So we don't have that identified from a specific law enforcement training. And the only other thing I would add too is if we do any training, and I encourage it, it's just that if we're going to do the training like we're doing, we're probably going to have to look at some overtime costs as well to take the officers off the street to go to the training. So that just needs to be considered as part of the training as well.
Okay, Trustee Warren.
I have a follow-up question.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. And Trustee Warren, then President Rozak.
My follow-up question was, I thought that we were going to do, like Chief Nimmer just talked about, train the trainer. I thought the Sam Coleman program that we're paying $65,000 or $10,000 for was going to be something that we could then use throughout the village. Am I mistaken about that?
Rebecca, could you?
I don't, so our beginning work with Sam is to really provide a framework in terms of how we start within the culture of our organization to embed this within the course of what we do every day. In terms of what the chief is referring to, he's referring to specific training for police officers in police departments. So I don't believe that they were meant to be the same. I am comfortable with leaving the 6,500 open to be determined by this group. My only request is that I believe that it is important, and so I want funds there so that we can use it and determine that best use for those funds, whether it be within the police department, the village board, or other village staff. I believe it's very important for the organization. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Warren.
I appreciate this conversation, but I'm going to be blunt now and say, I don't want to make a choice here where we shouldn't be making a choice. We just shelled out, $6,000 for garbage cans, which I supported and I continue to support. But I don't want to make a choice where we're saying either we pay for the village staff or we pay for the police. We need to both pay for the village staff, wait for Chief Nimmer to come back with a recommendation, and then pay for the police. This is a priority. This is a social justice movement, the likes of which we haven't seen in years and years and years. And our community was 100% behind it. So both of these things need to get funded. I don't want to move things around and take things away from the staff and then charge them back, give them to the police. We should be doing both. And I understand that this is a tough tax time, totally get it, but this is a priority. This is something we hold ourselves out to be. This is an ethos of our community. So I just think we need to leave this as is, let Chief Nimmer come back with a recommendation on the training and then move from there. Just my blunt opinion.
Okay, thank you, President Rozak.
I want to be just as passionate because I agree 100% that this is one of the top priorities of our organization. Again, that's exactly why, as we're hearing from the community, that we're focusing on the police department. The community is focusing on the police department. We have $10,000 in the village for the Sam Coleman to help the staff and the board learn about, changing our culture. We have $1,000. So if the chief comes back in the police department and comes back with a proposal, this is our budget. Okay, chief, you've got $1,000 to implement that training. So what I'm asking is, and as Rebecca is asking, that extra $6,500, which is that YWCMA, which is in addition to the Sam Coleman contract, that we kindly leave that open so that if the police organizational report comes back and says, or the chief comes back and says, we would like to do this training, we have funds to let him do it. Without that, he has $1,000.
Okay, can I just point out one thing? In our budget policy on use of general fund reserves, training is one of those identified uses. So we have almost $685,000 in general fund reserves, over 30%, that I think some of us are in favor of spending, and this is an excellent thing to spend on. So we could take it off the tax levy, but fund it with reserves, it's training, and we could add $5,000 to the cultural diversity training for use of the police department. I just throw that out there.
I'm in favor.
Of course, you had a comment.
Yes, thank you. So we don't do this at this village, but Milwaukee and other municipalities do equity impact statements and look at things through, a more equitable lens. And my memory can be short at times, but it was only just a couple of months ago that we had many discussions at the board level in the community, and they're ongoing. Maybe not so much at the board level, except for now, that our need to maintain a certain levy or use reserve funds and whatever, that's a different discussion. Right now, we're talking about equity, we're talking about training, we're talking about, and Trustee Stokerbrand brought this up, and she hasn't been on the board, but the YMCA program that I believe our village manager, our professional staff just said it was invaluable and she wouldn't touch, is something that I hope all of you heard, and if not then, now. And then secondly, this isn't this or that. All of you are aware that police force are village employees. So this doesn't take away from the ability to expand the, or to include the police. They're already automatically included in the whole discussion around this. And also, we're the policymakers here, right, guys? I mean, at the end of the day, the staff comes to us with these ideas. So the more of us that are trained in this regard, whether it be staff members at the at Village Hall, whether it be the police staff members, village employees again, or even the policy members right now, as we are making these policy decisions, to be trained on these very important issues that are not only just coming up at the village of Shorewood, and we've had plenty of really, really egregious examples of racism and a variety of things and hate crimes that have gone on since the pandemic, actually in the last couple of months in our village. But then let's just even look a little bit more regionally. Milwaukee County. Right now in Wauwatosa, I'm not sure if you guys are following this, but they're having a lot of issues. This expands across the state, across the country. So I find it's in the budget for employees or members of the, is that right, Rebecca? So let's just keep it there. She can help determine where that money goes. A lot of us hired her. I'm very happy that we did. And I'd like to continue to keep the recommendations that make best sense for the municipality and the organization. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to come to conclusion on this item and the cultural diversity training. I mean, I'm in favor of also keeping it in the budget. I'm just in favor of funding it out of general fund reserves. Is there anyone else agree with me? 1, 2, only 2 of us. 3. Where's Allison? Oh, 4. Okay. So Mark, can I put this to 0, but then put a note funded out of reserves, or how do we do that to take it off the levy? Can you do that?
I'm not sure where you're drawing your reference that training is an approved use of general fund reserves.
I thought that was the policy on the use of reserves. So training was one of the things.
I just took a quick glance, and I don't mean to refute anything because
No, I mean, I could be wrong. I thought it was, but maybe I'm wrong.
let me just open it up one more time. I'm sorry.
Trustee Menta?
Yes.
I mean, either way, I'm going to support funding it. And additionally, I'm going to support funding the police study when they come to us down the road, or police training once they come to us down the road for more money for that. So, I mean, either way, I'm in support of keeping this as a budgetary item.
And again, just for reference, it was non-annual recurring expenses such as strategic plans or studies, capital, debt service, or expenses which constitute an investment in the community, such as a revolving loan program. That's reserve.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter.
You know, I'm fine with funding it whichever way we need to fund it. So, and I'm fine with funding whatever comes out of the police study as well. So, I mean, it sounds like we have a pretty strong consensus of funding it in whichever way we need to fund it. So I think maybe I'm wrong, but that was just how it looked. So
okay, why don't we keep it on the levy for now? I thought training was one of the things we could do it, but we can't. Okay, I mean, we can if we decide to. It's just not in one of the stated policies. Okay, so we'll keep them both in the way they are. So League of Wisconsin Municipalities Conference, $1,000. I mean, people do go. I guess it was virtual, probably be virtual next year too. Who knows? I think that's certainly enough. Yeah, Trustee Warren?
I found it valuable, so I prefer to leave it on.
Okay. Yes, Trustee Bockhorst.
How would this be divvied up? So this and any other conference item, and this is a question for staff, or I guess ultimately for us. So if we have $1,000 per year for certain things, and we have 7 members, and the cost of admission is, well, this year it was less, I think it was 200, but it's generally more, and then there are other related expenses. So that's something to consider as well as we're making a policy decision on both professional development, board development, staff development, and also at this time, the League of Wisconsin Municipalities Conference. The other thing I want to also remind people is that we have leaned heavily as an organization on the League of Wisconsin Municipalities for a variety of things, especially legal services and other kind of like policy related things. So let's also remember that, you know, in order to reap the rewards of an organization like that and other ones that we are members to, that we should also consider that, you know, we do have the fair share argument is, are we paying our fair share as far as what we're getting back?
Trustee Ursink.
Yeah, I wonder if we could, you know, to Trustee Bockhorst's point, if we could just kind of review what the admission to the conference was this year and speculate it might be similar next year, and just make sure each of us have the opportunity to attend the conference. I think that would probably be fair. So, I mean, if it's $200 and there's 7 of us, it would have been $1,400.
So you want to propose increasing it to $1,400?
Whatever the admission was this year, I would propose making sure that 7 of us have the opportunity to attend next year.
Does anybody, what was it, Trustee Bockhorst?
I don't know. I would say that would be a staff question. Either Tyler or Rebecca could answer because they're the ones that registered. But I know it was significantly decreased.
I thought it was 150 for virtual registration.
If you did it in a timely manner, probably.
That was about 1,050, so that would be enough, right? If there's 7 of us. So,
Well, 7 want, and we have 1,000, and it's 1,050. What do we do? Dip into reserves at that point, or does that have to go back to full board, or how do
I'm not willing to take time to talk about $50.
Okay, then I would propose that we at least cover. I think it was closer to 200, but regardless, I would think that we wouldn't want to have to squabble over who gets to attend, especially during a pandemic. There are lots of different discussions and educational opportunities on how to navigate not only the pandemic, but racial situations, a whole scope of things. So I would hate to have it be like a first come, first serve, or no one gets to go because not everyone gets to go, or some kind of thing like that.
Can I just ask who went this year?
Trustee Bockhorst, are we talking about $50? Is that what we're talking about, increasing it from 1,000 to 1,050?
That's assuming all set, yes, and that's
Right.
assuming all 7
I think
of us.
$1,000 is fine. I think you will.
Okay, I agree. Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say the odds are that someone's not going to be able to go.
Yeah.
I would say we leave it at 1,000 and move on, please.
Yes, I agree. Okay. Funding of staff computers, I will say we are at 2.11%. And we did, yeah, this was, we funded this at 10,000 last year, correct?
It was 15,000, I believe.
Okay. Which was under the request. So this is kind of partially making up for last year.
Yeah. Can I ask, could we do it at 15 again? It's a reduction of 5. I know it doesn't get us exactly where we want to be, but it's a reduction of, it would get us most of the way there.
Yeah, if you do the math, if you add up all of our computers and stuff that would be replaced out of this budget, it would be just over $100,000. So if you start doing the math as far as the replacement, I think in the past we had 20,000 as the request if it was a 5-year replacement. The board last year lowered it to 15. I think in a request to try to extend the life of some of the computers 1 or 2 additional years. So if you do, doing the math real quick, lowering it to 15,000, it gets us to about 7 years. And talking with our IT contractor that we use to provide service, they recommend 5, but there are some computers that aren't utilized as heavily as some others that you could potentially extend. So while 20 is certainly the request that we would like, if you wanted to lower it to something like 17,000, I mean, that could probably get us, if you look at a 5 to 7 year time span, depending on the computer or equipment, that could probably be adequate.
Okay, Trustee Bockhorst.
I would love to just take a straw poll, and I say this in all seriousness, of the trustees, how many of you have a 5 or 7 year old computer? And also we are in a very highly remote situation right now, where the need for these types of computers, electronics, and Wi-Fi and everything else is at a greater demand. So I appreciate what you said, Tyler, regarding 20, but 20 is the ask of the administration. And again, we're all on a computer right now, working remotely. I'm using my own personal computer. And it is definitely probably never going to be 7 years old in my person, even though I'm a single mom and rent. So thank you.
Trustee Warren.
Yeah, I realize it's tough and we're remote, and I completely understand that. I mean, I would be okay though. I don't think I want to take it all the way down to 15, but Tyler, you referenced being able to stretch a few computers up to 7, which I understand is a long lifespan. So, you know, every penny counts. I would be okay with 17. I could make that compromise. So if we go to 17, hopefully we can maybe
Stays
get
good
more
with
constructive.
17. Okay. Okay.
All
Well,
right.
you know, it's something. Okay. So review funding of contracted writing. This gets to Shore. This is a $6,000 to fund the writing for Shorewood today. I know I'm in the minority here. I'm not sure there's anybody else who supports. I know everybody else supports Shorewood today, so I won't, unless there's anyone else who is interested in redirecting that funding and putting our communications money more towards specific village communications, which is what I am in favor of. But
I am.
I had a question. Is this,
Trustee Stokebrand,
is this
yeah.
number, I'm sorry, is this number stable from last year? It's unchanged?
I think so, Tyler.
Yeah, 20. So in 2018, it was 1,000 per issue, and then, or sorry, that was in 2019, and then for the 2020 budget, we raised it to 1,500 per issue, and this is staying the same now in the proposed 2021.
I would support cutting it to 5,000.
Trustee
Yeah,
Menta?
President Rozek, yeah.
I'm in support of either keeping it as where it is, but I do support some of the things that you had said at the last meeting. There are some very important village communications that need to go out. And Shorewood Today is an excellent way to get them out. During our tax bill season, I think we need a communication, a spread of how your taxes are divvied up. I've said it for years. If the Shorewood Today editor or group or meeting committee could agree to do more factual budgeting things that need to go out, then I'm fine keeping it at what it's budgeted at. If not, then I reduce it to the 5,000 that Kathy has mentioned.
Trustee Warren.
Yeah, just to be succinct, because we're getting late, I would prefer to keep it at 6,000. I think 1,500 an issue based on what we're getting is a very reasonable price. It's a really great means of communication, you know, to get the word and the messaging out. So just shortly, I'm in favor of just keeping it where it is.
Trustee
Can I
Ursink
say
and then Trustee Bockhorst.
I just echo that. I think this is an incredible value. You know, as somebody that runs a magazine, I think this is just for what we get in return. This is just a great price and a great value here. So I would be in full support of this.
Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. I also am full support of maintaining the funding. It is the only form of publication that goes out to every Shorewood house other than village direct mailings, which are pretty generic looking. And it also goes out to the business community, and it goes out beyond. So as we're looking at, you know, ways to increase our outreach to the municipality as well, in as far as like taxing or whatever it is that we need to get out there, this is the one thing. And I know we talked about tax bills last time and sending out, but only 47% of Shorewoodians receive tax bills. So, you know, this is a better method of reaching a broader audience than, you know, mailing out in that fashion. So
Well,
anyway.
Just to move things along, there was a suggestion to reduce it to 5,000. Is there, can I just see a show of hands of who's in favor of that reduction to 5,000?
I am, but I do have a question.
Okay, it's only 3 of us, so looks like I'd say move on unless anybody has more things to say about it.
I just want to make a
Trustee Ursink, then President Rozek.
just a quick note, and this is, you know, from being at the farmers market every weekend, we have a large stack of Shorewood Todays, and since we've moved to Estherbrook, we have our market demographics are much different. We've become more of a Milwaukee sort of market. We see a lot of people coming in from River West and different communities, and I'd say, you know, a solid majority of people that walk past our booth look at Shorewood Today and comment, you know, make a comment and take the magazine, and I think that's a really, really great marketing tool for our village. We're getting people to engage with our community that might not live in our community. And we've gotten a lot of great feedback. So I just wanted to share that with you guys, not that it's going to affect your judgment here, but just want to say that these are ways to get that magazine out to other people.
President Rozek, you had a comment? President Rozek, you had a comment? No? Okay. Okay. Communications funding for mailings. So this is, Tyler, this is like postcards and the regular, the 4 times a year mailings that we do on specific meetings or whatever, right?
It's 3 times a year. Yep.
Okay. Trustee Carpenter, yeah.
So what, this was something that we had talked about at the, excuse me, at the marketing leadership committee was that, you know, if there is, just with the changes in funding that is needed for Shorewood today, if there was some way, kind of to Trustee Bachworth's point that, you know, not everybody gets a tax bill, is there some way that we could lower the amount that we fund for special mailings to put that, to sort of adjust for the increase in Shorewood today? So that was sort of my thought, and that we could have some portions of Shorewood today that are more really village focused. And so that was sort of the thought behind reducing that amount.
Trustee Ursink.
Yeah, I kind of like where Trustee Carpenter is going with this. Now, you know, if you look at Milwaukee Magazine, you see those kind of inserts, and I wonder if this could be something that we could just kind of create an insert into Shorewood Today and just kind of put it into certain magazines, because it does get through to everybody in the village, and I think that could be a really good opportunity, and maybe save some cost as well.
I mean, I'm kind of confused because everyone's saying Shorewood Today is so great at getting out information about the village. So why would we need to do an insert? I mean, I personally, you know, don't find Shorewood Today. I find it to be a great marketing magazine, but public information about what's happening in the village, taxes, all kinds of things are not really consistent with the marketing vibe of Shorewood Today. And so I'm not quite clear why we would, what you're even talking about doing. I mean, we just said we're going to pay $6,000 for someone to write articles that are informative about the village. So,
I guess I was saying, you know, like if you were interested in creating like, you know, you were talking about creating a budget, you know, or like a breakdown of the budget. And I think you could create something like that and insert it into the magazine. So it was, you know, it was still there for everybody, but I just don't think that totally fits in with Shorewood Today. I think it would be helpful to be in the magazine, but I think it could be something a little bit separate. Trustee
Carpenter.
Well, and I'm more just referencing, which I know was, it was a little bit expensive to do, but when we did, was it the start of the pandemic? I can't exactly remember, but it must have been for encouraging people to vote absentee and how to get your absentee ballots and the tear out form. And, you know, that could have been a separate mailing, but we chose to do it in Shorewood Today. And I think that we did a really good job of making that effective. And I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but that helped us have an increase in absentee applications. And so that is sort of what I'd like to see us do, and what I'd like to see us, you know, work with. You know, it doesn't need to necessarily be a tear out again, obviously, but sort of to Trustee Ursink's point, you know, I do think I'm helping our residents understand exactly the budgeting process, and including that in Shorewood Today would be really valuable. So that's what I'm looking here, is to maybe reallocate some of those funds, so that way we can make sure that that information is really communicated to residents.
Okay, I just want to point out too that next year we're going to be rolling out, you know, pretty major changes in parking, and with Shorewood Today, you need to get it in like months in advance in order for it to be included in the magazine. So if we want to change alternate side of the street parking or winter parking or any of those things, we're going to need to have communication money to be able to get the word out to people about how that's going to change. Trustee Stokebrand, did you have your hand up? I don't remember.
Yes, I did. Thank you. So can someone just tell me, compared to last year, is this number steady? Is it 0% increase?
I think I bumped it up just slightly, just knowing that mail costs or printing costs could go up, but it was a pretty slight increase.
And so this is what the marketing leadership committee wants, is that correct?
No, this is more for Village itself. So like a pretty routine, not always, but a pretty routine thing that we do every year, for an example, would be like if we're recruiting for people to sign up for a volunteer committee.
Okay, well, I would concur with what Trustee Amenta said. I think with the parking changes coming up, we're going to need this number. Thank you. I can support 7,200.
I just want to point out, Trustee Stokebrand, that last year for Shorewood Today, we budgeted 2,000 and expected them to ask them to increase their advertising revenue, and they came back and said we can't do that, and so and needed additional money. So the increase is in our funding to Shorewood Today, which is at 4,000 when last year was at 2,000. I'm not
that's not in this 70.
That's not this. That's not this. But I'm not misstating, Tyler. Correct? It was 2,000 last year. It's 4,000 this year.
Yeah, that's correct.
10,000 total, including the writing.
Well, it originally was 2,000, but we action you did earlier this year increased it to 3,000.
Right. Okay, Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. So yeah, thank you for the clarification on the budgetary point. But regarding the other misstating, yeah, it has increased, but it's not necessarily for the reasons that you stated. So I just want to clear the record on that.
Okay, so am I hearing an interest in changing the 7,200 or, oh, do you want to, Trustee Carpenter, do you want to make a motion or a suggestion for where you would want, and then we'll see if we have 4 votes or what?
Tyler, what would you say is a cost of a mailing?
So how the math works out, it's 2,400 for each mailing. So that times 3, it gets you to the 7,200. If you want to do one less mailing, you would want to set that number at 4,800.
Oh, I mean, I think if we could, set that number at 4,800 to pick up in Shorewood Today, I think was my thought.
So you're saying ask Shorewood Today to be a little more informative and factual and reduce our spending. Trustee Bockhorst.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know, Arthur, if he had his hand raised, but one of the other things that I'd like to say regarding this is that, doing things like you've said before, like it's been mentioned that the editorial review board and all that, they need a lot of lead time. So I don't want to disqualify the statement that was made by Trustee Ursink regarding if we did have to do a last minute insert in the magazine, and I don't know what the assembly and if that does actually raise the amount of money that they would need, but we do have something that is mailed out on the quarterly. So if we can't get an article in a timely manner, we should at the very least, and maybe this is more for Trustee Carpenter, to look at can we put something in, or is that not cost effective? Because sometimes adding something can be probably even more expensive and more onerous. So just throwing that out there.
All right, President Rozak, you had a comment?
Yeah, I apologize. My cord the electricity and the internet keeps going out. I just wanted to say that if we're still talking about Shorewood Today, that Tyler had asked if we ever had a thought for an article, and I would like to just bring up that we do have the first time female village manager and village president in our village in 109 years. And I think it would be really great to highlight that, that there are 2 females within the village as a village manager and a village president. That's never happened. So that would be my suggestion for an article at some point.
Okay, I'd really like to move on. So Trustee Carpenter, you would like to suggest reducing it by $2,400?
Yes.
Okay, are there 3 other people interested in making that reduction?
In the Can you just restate the reduction?
in the village budget for our municipal communications. So I see one other person. Okay, I don't see it. Okay, so I'm sorry, we'll keep it at 7,200. Okay, employee health insurance contributions, if we increased from 10 to 12, is that 10 to 12% for people doing the wellness stuff, Tyler? Can you remind us again?
Yeah, so I think originally when Mark wrote the letter or the memo this summer, it was just based on the copay plan, which we have at 10 and 15%. We do have just want to remind the board, we have an intermediate level as well that was passed just for this year for wellness participation due to COVID and difficulty doing some of the wellness activities because of availability. That's at 12%. So I think originally when that was included in the memo, it was for wellness participation to go from 10 to 12. There's just that outstanding question of what to do then with the intermediate level then that was originally established at the 12%. And then the other outstanding question would be what to do with the high deductible plan because they don't go off of the 10, 15%. So I would need that direction too.
This $15,000, if we were to take this $15,000 off, what would that mean?
I think that's based or that's changing wellness participation from 10 to 12% on the copay plan. Is that correct, Mark? Because I think Mark came up with that number.
Yeah, that number was in a advisory memo that was put out back in July as an estimate of the impact of increasing the contributions 20%. I was just looking for my notes. I know I did respond to an inquiry on that, and I believe the actual number for the general fund employees is, because there's a certain amount of employees who are working in utilities, that actual calculation with the real data now reflects that to be a little over $11,000.
Okay.
So there is a little range there. I will recalculate that if it's if that action is approved by the group tonight. But there's a slightly less impact than the 15,000 in that memo.
All right, Trustee Warren and then President Rozak.
Trying to ask a concise question here, but does our budget, do our budget discussions line up with open enrollment such that we're not changing midstream kind of what the deal for the employees is? I have a problem with that. I mean, I have no problem with looking at this if it neatly lines up, but if it's something where we're saying you're going to pay 10, now you're going to pay 12, you're going to pay 12, now you're going to pay 15, and it's not lining up, then I don't think we should do it this year. I think we should put it off until next year if that's the will of the board.
Yeah, to answer that question, we were going to do open enrollment starting pretty much right now. I deferred open enrollment by 2 weeks when this was added to the list. So we have halted our open enrollment activities and waiting for direction tonight.
Trustee Amenta?
President Rozak, then Trustee Stokerbrand. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to remind, I don't think the staff answered from last discussion. Originally, our health premiums for employees was 12%. And a couple of years back, we introduced a wellness program. And instead of just keeping it at 12% and saying, if you do the wellness program, you keep your premium at 12%. And if you don't do the wellness program, then it goes up to 15 or 14 or whatever. What we did instead was say, we're going to lower everyone's premium to 10%. And if you don't do if you do the wellness program, and if you don't do it, then it goes, Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but 15. And if over 60% of the employees participated, we would actually be spending more money on health insurance as a village. We are at the point where, besides the 2 people switching plans 2 years ago, I believe, or maybe a year ago, there is more than 60% participation. And so we're paying actually more for health health insurance. What I was suggesting with this change was going back to the original 12% premium contribution, just like the private sector's is going up. We're just keeping it the same as it used to be. And then if you don't do wellness, you would have a penalty, maybe 14%, 15%, but that would save us the 11,000 that Mark is saying.
But if you don't do wellness, it's 15% now, correct, Tyler?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you do wellness, it's 10%. If you don't do wellness, it's 15. And this proposal would be to say if you do wellness, it's 12%.
Which it used to be.
Well, and just to remind all of you, we have the intermediate level now, which was a more basic level of wellness, and those people are at 12%. So if you increase the copay for doing the full wellness program from 10 to 12, I would need guidance then on what to do with the intermediate level.
Trustee Amenta?
Yes, Trustee Stoker-Brand.
Couldn't you just make that 13? I think Tyler and I talked about this a little bit last week because I was trying to think about different approaches to make a balanced approach to try to come up with a lower tax increase. And I thought if we could maybe use a user fee, maybe get a little bit of buy-in with the employees, and maybe then ask for a small amount from the taxpayers, it seemed more fair. So I would support going from 10 to 12 for the basic, or whatever you call it, the beginning. And then for the intermediate, go to 13, keep the new family employee and the single non-wellness, either raise it to 16 or keep it at 15. And I would keep the high insurance, high deductible plan exactly the same, because I think it behooves us to move more people into that because it saves us money.
Okay, so you're proposing 12, 13, and 15.
Correct.
Okay.
For the health insurance copay and leaving the high deductible plan the same.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, that's 2. I could get behind that. Trustee Carpenter, did you have something?
No, I was just processing what Trustee Stoker-Brand was saying.
So we would be asking a little bit more from the employees towards their health insurance.
Yeah.
A little bit more, but not from 2 years ago or 3 years ago, because it was at 12%.
Okay, Trustee Warren and then Trustee Bockhorst.
I mean, I think it's unfortunate, but it's kind of it's a product of the times that we're in right now. So, I mean, I can get behind it. I would prefer that it remain where it was, but we're forced to be agile, and unfortunately, this is something that I think is a reasonable compromise, as Trustee Stoker-Brand said.
Okay, Trustee Bockhorst.
Thank you. Sorry, my internet went out, so I missed that part of the discussion. But what I'd like to say is that it benefits all of us for our employees to participate in wellness programs. It drives down costs overall because we're a small organization. So the fewer people that get sick and get really terminally sick, the better off we all are. And going back to this comparison model that I've heard at least one person bring out over and over again about comparing the private sector to the public sector, we're not the private sector. I understand everyone's hurting, but we all know that the amount of state aid that we get it flatlines or decreases annually, and costs of goods and services, whether it be based on inflation and everything else, continue to go up. So again, we're looking to keep a low tax levy in a village that, just to remind you guys, was the leader in the recall of not only Alberta Darling, but also of Scott Walker. So again, based on primarily the assault on public employees. So the last thing I want to do is continue to drive up the costs that we're requiring our public employees that are doing the heavy hitting here. We're all volunteers. They're actually staff. So I don't want to, and to compare this to the police and fire, which we were discussing before, they have a union still. Our public employees do not. The only reason that we are able to monkey with this stuff is because of Act 10 under the Walker administration. So it is a pretty significant hit to drive up someone's insurance premium. We're also talking during a pandemic. I think we all want to make sure that our employees are well. We want to keep them as safe as possible. We want to encourage them to make healthy decisions all the time. But in this situation right now, we're dealing with a pandemic and the auxiliary costs and, you know, deaths that result from that situation, which is unprecedented. So I am not in favor of increasing in any way the public employees' contribution to their health program, which we want to make sure that they keep, because we want everyone to be healthy. We also want everyone to be insured, because any of us at any moment, our children, our families beyond this municipality could end up in the hospital. We are in a pandemic.
Okay, Trustee Ursink and then Trustee Carpenter.
Yeah, I cannot support this right now either. It's in a time of, you know, this pandemic. You know, I think we have to be really conscious of our public employees. We have to show support, and the health and safety of our village, whether it be our employees or our residents, should be our #1 priority. And I firmly believe that we need to keep this in place as it was last year.
I mean, I do think Tyler explained to us that the reason he has like a middle ground with this is because many of the wellness activities that you participate in, such as being a member of a gym and going to the dentist, are things that people are not doing to be safe during a pandemic. So please remember that this is about our wellness program, which has difference now that there's a pandemic. So I think actually if we were to say to people, yeah, go for the 10% and go to your gym, we're actually putting them more in danger. Trustee Carpenter and then Tyler.
I think that this is something that I could support separate from, because I was really struggling with the idea of getting rid of the cost of living increase. So, you know, I think when we're looking at each individual item, to try and, you know, move the needle, this to me seems like a better compromise than making COLA adjustments. So, you know, this is not something that's just happening in the private sector. This is happening all over our country, and you know, the cost for healthcare is continuing to go up. So, I think this, to me, seems like a reasonable compromise.
Okay, Tyler, Trustee Warren, and then I think all of us have had a chance to comment, and I'd like to make a decision. So,
before you take the vote, I think there's one more piece I would just like to convey, and I would be really upset if I didn't do this. You know, part of my job responsibilities, as you know, as the assistant village manager, is to be the human resources manager, and as the person that kind of oversees and helps manage fringe benefits, including medical. One of the decisions I made that I thought could help me do that job better was to not take the village's health insurance, so that when decisions were made in medical, it had no impact on me. So when I make this following statement, I want you to know there's zero impact on what happens with me, because I get benefits, medical benefits, through my wife. And the point I want to make is, when employees did their wellness scorecard, they were for them, they completed the activities and the actions based on the 10%, 12%, and the 15%. So I just want to let the board know that scorecards were due September 15th. So as the person that's delivering the message, which whatever you decide, I will, you know, happily do in my duty. But I want to let you know that that message, when I convey that, it will be seen that after the fact, when their decisions were made and they handed in their scorecards, we're changing the rules on them. And I understand this is a tough budget. I commend all of you on the discussions that you're having. They are very difficult, and I have great respect for that. I just want to let you know from an employee perspective as the HR manager, how that will be seen. And I think as a board, if you really want to review and make changes to the wellness program, doing that for 2022 rather than 2021 might be seen differently amongst village staff differently, because I don't think a lot of them would see it as changing the rules after they've already completed their wellness scorecard. So it's just something I want you to consider. If you still vote to do it for this budget, I completely understand, but I just wanted to provide that employee perspective, which I think I'm going to heavily receive if you decide to do this for 2021.
Can you elaborate? I didn't understand why another year goes by, why it would be better, why they would feel better.
Sure.
I have a question too, because they filled out their scorecard for this past year, right? So they will get the 10% for this past year. They can't fill out the scorecard for next. I'm confused about this.
Yeah, so when you do your scorecard completion impacts your premium for the following year.
Oh, okay.
So for your wellness completion, that decides what your premium is for 2021.
I get
So
it.
we have a lot of employees that are thinking right now they're getting 10% when they've already completed it.
Okay, Trustee Warren.
Sorry, I'm gesturing wildly over. Yeah, that was the answer. That's what I was asking my first question, and that makes sense. That's how we do it, where you do your screening and all your stuff, and then it goes to the next year.
Okay.
So I guess that all that said, I would change my position on this. I'm okay with. I don't want to change the deal that I feel like we've set up. If it's the will of the board, I discuss it next year. But I feel like you're almost doing this in 2-year cycles, and you're midway through 1 year. So I think that impacts how I'm thinking about this.
Okay, President Rozek, and then let's move on.
Okay, so I think I understand, but my last question is, when would you do it, Tyler? Then, because I want to make this change. I think it's beneficial. I think it's needed, and I want to propose it again. I'm okay with not doing it now because I don't want to. But when would you do that? Because by the time next budget comes, they're going to have filled out their scorecard.
We'd have to do it somewhere in the middle.
I would ask Becky to put it on either a November or December agenda coming up. And then when we bring out the scorecard to employees, we would say, here are what the rates would be, or the contribution percentage would be for 2022.
Okay, Trustee Bockhorst, you had your hand up.
Budget for that.
Oh, I'm fine for picking this to a later date as for the reasons that Tyler mentioned right now. So thank you.
Okay, I'm fine with that also. Is there anyone, raise your hand if you would still like to make changes to this item? Okay.
I just want to make sure you can't do it now. You can't make the change for 2022. You do you do a budget amendment in the middle of the year, so that
we would have to notify employees this year saying your scorecard that you do for next year, that's for 2022, is going to only be for 12%, not 10%.
And then the 2022 budget, those numbers would be reflected in there.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're not making change here. We already talked about cultural diversity training. Unless somebody wants to suggest adding to that amount.
I do. Is that for the police department?
I think so, yes.
Yep. I would like to take reserves from general reserves and add to that amount. 5,000.
So for a total of 6 or a total of 5?
A total of 5.
Okay. Any other comments on that?
And the only reason I say that is because I do believe the chief is working his hardest, and I appreciate that, chief, as he had talked about. And I think when they come up with what kind of training that they find most valuable with their partners, I want to have some money to implement that.
Okay, I have Trustee Carpenter, Ursink, and then Bockhorst. Carpenter.
Chief Nimmers, oh yeah, he's still on. Is that the right amount, or do we not know that yet?
I don't know that yet. We're still reviewing that. I think the big challenge is not so much the cost of the training per se, though I don't know what that rate is going to be. It's going to be how that training is administered, right? And so I can do some of it on training if they're working. Some of the officers might be able to do the training during their work shift. But if not, if we have to get, if it's an extended amount of training, which I think any beneficial training is going to be more than 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, there's just going to be some employee costs to try to get them to the training. So we're diligently working on that. All the chiefs in Milwaukee County are really trying to find the most economical but the most effective training that we can provide to our officers. And I don't know exactly when I'll have a report back to you, but I don't know what that amount is. But I think that's a good start. I think, but again, I just don't know what that final amount will be.
Chief, can we use capital reserves to put in money for overtime? Or Mark?
I know. Okay, Trustee Ursink and then President Rozak.
You had a very similar question to Jessica Carpenter. I felt like that was just kind of throwing money at something that we had no idea what we're actually funding. So it was good to hear the chief and you know, I mean, that was a very similar question.
All right, President Rozak.
Oh, sorry, you recognized me before in the order, but I'm fine with
Oh,
going
did you? I'm sorry. Okay, Bockhorst and then Rozak.
Thank you. So I appreciate Trustee Carpenter's question, which is that the right amount? And the chief saying that he cannot know, that he is working collaboratively with Milwaukee County and this consortium to try to figure that out. So as a result, and I think we've all identified this as a very needed training model for the police this year, whether or not it involves overtime or not is a different question. But I would say, because we are going to skate on thin ice regarding the reserves, if this is something we all agree that's important, and we know that people in our village have contacted all of us multiple times on this, that we move this to tax levy and we reserve capital reserves for the emergency mid-budget situations, such as this one will probably be, because as the police chief has said, and as Trustee Carpenter asked, you know, what is the amount that's going to be needed? We really don't know. So we can't increase tax levy mid-budget season, but we can we can use capital reserves, you know, beyond the budget season. So I would say that I would move the 6,000 or whatever is allocated to levy. And then if more money is needed, the chief comes back to us and asks for the money out of capital reserves.
I mean, we have two reserves. We have general fund reserves and we have capital reserves. And we have 678,000 in general fund reserves. Okay, President Rozak.
Thank you. I was just going to clarify that for Trustee Bockhorst and anyone else that missed it.
Well, I understand that it's not missed. No, I understand the money.
I'm recognized, please. What I was suggesting was that we take a total of 5,000, which the chief said was a good start, and put it in from general reserves, which we have 600 and something thousand dollars that we can use for studies or things like training or debt service reduction. There's only a few things you can use general reserves for. My question though was, in addition to that, the chief had mentioned, you know, it might take some overtime or some time out of the normal day. And I was asking Mark, is that something that can be funded? Because it's a one-time fund associated with training. Can you take that money out of general fund reserves?
Well, the short answer is absolutely.
Okay.
The little bit longer answer is that budgeting to use general fund reserves for your annual operating costs, including training and other things,
we do it all the time.
It's a pretty clear demonstration of the board's unwillingness to levy taxes to support operations.
I don't consider this operations though.
Let him answer.
So I wouldn't start there, but what I would suggest is that when the full cost of a training program is known, if the board wants to approve engaging in that program, it can be implemented, and by default, if our aggregate budget goes over budget, it ends up coming from reserves, or the village board itself has set aside 10,000 in contingency, that this might be another good alternative to budgeting, you know, reserves from the onset, is to have either one of those vehicles available. So that would be my preference from a budgeting perspective.
Thank you.
Okay,
and I wasn't.
Go ahead.
I would like to respond. I didn't consider this operating only because it is a training package, and we've used general. I mean, it's very clear in the long range plan what you can use, and and training is not operation. So I agree with you that we could always amend it, but I do still believe that we should show in good faith to our residents that we have budgeted for cultural diversity training in the police department at least $5,000. And if it comes in at more because of staff overtime or anything, we could always then come back to the board in mid-cycle and utilize either contingency or general fund reserves to fund the rest of it. But I just like we did for racial training when we didn't know the exact number, I think it's very important to show the residents that we hear them, and that cultural diversity in the police department training is very important. And therefore, I'd like to put 5,000 into that line.
Okay, can I just see a show of hands? Are there 4 people who support increasing this line item from 1,000 to 5,000? Okay, no need to keep talking about it. Okay.
Who was that, by the way? I couldn't see.
It was almost everybody, if not everybody.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, add a beach user fee. Anything we add here will reduce the tax levy, so we're at 2.12% tax levy increase. Any discussion about this one?
I will, I'll just go on the record and saying I'm vehemently against this idea. I think that I think we do need to figure out creative solutions to raise money for Atwater Beach. But where we're currently at with our village, this goes against our kind of current momentum and philosophy with equity and inclusiveness. This closes out a lot of people from Shorewood, and I also believe that I think we can get there. I think we can do things. I think we can come together as a board, but creating a fee structure and creating a barrier to allowing people to come to our park and our beach is just, in my mind, not a very good option.
Okay, I have Warren, President Rosick, and Carpenter. So Trustee Warren.
I guess I can make long comments now, or I can wait until I don't know if there's any interest in the board of moving this forward. So I don't want to take,
I'd rather you make short comments.
Yeah.
Maybe we do a straw poll and then talk about it.
Yeah, that was kind of my.
I have the alternative thought that before we
President Rosick, go ahead.
So I understand the whole equity thing. I've been through this conversation for years now. One thought is you could charge a minimal to everyone the same, whether you're a Shorewood resident or someone from the outside, someone that doesn't live in the Shorewood, 50 cents a dollar, $2. So that's one way to make it equitable, but still raise revenue. And again, I mentioned before, the other way is the parking meters, which we do in the business districts all over the nation. And I don't think that has anything to do with race or equity. So those are the 2 alternatives that I'd like to propose. We could take a straw poll on just in general a fee, but I think there's a way to make it equitable.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter.
I'm really against a fee, and I really kind of look at it like how there has been a change in voting laws in Wisconsin requiring a photo ID. And that seems very nominal to a lot of people, but to a lot of people that is an insurmountable task and fee to vote. And while I recognize that going to the beach is not the same as your constitutional right, I do feel like one of the things that is really special about Milwaukee is that we have this incredible access to these resources. And, it isn't just, there are lots of Shorewood residents who would not be able to go to the beach, as well. So I have some real concerns about it. I would be more interested in seeing us put parking meters in the business district before I would want us to put parking meters at Atwater Beach as well. So I just think that this is a park. This is one of the things that makes not just Shorewood, but Milwaukee really special, that we allow everyone access to some really amazing natural resources.
Okay, Trustee Bachhorst and then Trustee Warren.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone that when we make policy changes, we have to be able to justify why we're making this change. And more importantly, what does the policy change or who does it serve? So we all know we've all received countless emails, and I don't know if any of you received, of all the emails I've received, I've only had one supporting a fee for the beach. But regardless of the public poll that the emails served, we had this policy in the past. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we're discussing this because I'm sure all of you did your homework like I do. Like, we had this in the past. It didn't work. It didn't sustain. It didn't generate revenue. Why did we have this policy? What if it was to generate revenue and it didn't work? Well, then why would we look at it again? Was there other rationale that applied to this policy? Was it to restrict beach access to people who are of certain socioeconomic means within our village or without? I don't know. I don't want to speculate on that. But why would we consider this? Or even the parking meters? What is the purpose? Is this going to generate equity? Is this going to just pay for itself? Is it going to limit or increase access? Is it going to somehow better the beach experience for everyone? We are stewards of this public amenity, which is the lake and the lakeland around it. We are not gatekeepers. We also have to look at this through an equity lens. If we were forced to do an equity impact statement, which I kind of think we should be in this village, and not only, you know, at the trustee level, but perhaps going forward with staff as well, how would we score by doing this? What kind of statement does this make? Does this fit with our Vision 2025 and the will of the people and the demographic that we all represent, because we're elected at large? So do the administrative costs of charging people 50 cents here and there pay for it? Well, it's been demonstrated in the past that it hasn't. We talked tonight about, sorry, I think it's President Rozek's phone that's creating some feedback, or the other people that are unmuted. We argued over who's going to empty the garbage cans down at the beach, right? As we sat and squabbled over $6,000, $5,000, whatever it was. Who's going to check the IDs? For those of you that don't want to fund the lifeguards in the beginning, is this a lifeguard responsibility? Is it village staff? Are we going to have overtime? Are we going to have police involvement? Do we really want to increase the involvement of outside agencies or even internal agencies into like talking to people at the beach while we're going through some of the most heightened racial and most needed discussions that are long overdue in this nation and in this village? I mean, we had someone who was spitting on a child recently. We've had a lot of negative actions that have occurred in Shorewood. So that was only within the last quarter of this year. So the fact that we're discussing this as a failed past policy, and we're now on our second evening of discussing this, to me, I understand that creative opportunities and looking at different streams of revenue. I also want to remind this board, because many of you voted against allowing vendors at the beach in the past, allowing people to do sunrise yoga, boot camp, renting of pedal boards and other things because of all the different, reasons that we provided. A lot of them, a great, healthy discussion.
Can I ask you, Trustee Barker?
No, I'm not done.
Issue at hand.
I am. I'm wrapping back there as the person that did a filibuster at the last year's budget meeting, Trustee Amenta.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fine.
It's 9:48. Can you just finish your comments to the issue at hand, not paddle boards, not people spitting on other people? That has nothing to do with this, okay?
I disagree completely with what you're saying, but that's fair. I appreciate that you have a difference of opinion as far as where I'm going. And also, I also want to say that, by interrupting and stealing the show, we've probably wasted more time than I would have wrapped this up by now.
Well, this isn't a show. This is a budget hearing.
I understand that.
All right.
I
hear everybody. Trustee Bachhorst.
Excuse me. So what I am saying,
Trustee Bachhorst, can we please move on?
Yes, we are going to move on. Is that if we want to look at creative additional revenue stream opportunities, we have a plethora of things that we can examine. Limiting beach access to not only our own constituents, but the general community, to me, is tone deaf as it gets. So, and if you're offended by that, I don't.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Okay. I'm not sure there's even 4 votes to even consider. Okay, Trustee Warren, go ahead.
Sorry, I will make my comments quick, but I didn't get a chance. I did not get a chance to expand upon my comments the first time around. But as I've said before, this is a time when we need to be hypersensitive to diversity and inclusion, and this seems to cut against it at the exact wrong time. I've been in this community a long time. I was here when the beach fee was charged. I was also a Chapter 220 student. I also went to the beach wanted to go to the beach with my Shorewood friends. And I knew that every time I went there, if I didn't have the correct change, and it was 5 cents, 10 cents, 25 cents, it was something small, I knew that I couldn't go down to the beach. I knew I couldn't hang out with my friends. And I share that personal story because it felt exclusionary, and I still remember it. I was in first grade, second grade, third grade. I still remember it. I don't think here it's not worth it. I mean, we want to set an example as a community. We've done that in a lot of things this year. We were the first community to pass masks. We need to set an example in diversity and inclusion too, and this frankly for me doesn't do it. And I understand there's trying to close budget gaps, but this is not the way to do it.
Okay, I'm not, Trustee Stokebrand, did you have something? Or no?
Yeah, I think that we shouldn't consider it, and we should look at another more creative way to raise revenue. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't seem like there's even 4 votes to even talk about it anymore. Anyone object? Okay, let's move on. Thank you. Okay, charges for services, village, this is the $4,000 to Shorewood today. I think we've beat that horse enough. I don't think we need to talk about this anymore. Can we take a 5-minute break? Because I really need to make a visit, and then we'll come back and talk about capital. We're at 2.12%. Thanks. 5 minutes, okay? We have 3. We have 4.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Okay. Looks like we have everyone. Okay. So we have moved on to capital fund. I'm going to make a proposal that we fund dump truck number 56 entirely with general fund reserves. Okay, we'll take it off the levy. And that brings us our increase to 0.71%. Is that correct? I just want to be sure I'm correct, Mark. Did you say something? You're on mute.
I did say so. That's correct.
We didn't hear you.
I concur.
What did you say, Mark?
Yes, that's a correct calculation.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure, Trustee Stokerbrand.
I think that Capitol Drive street marking we have to do, don't we? It's like a safety hazard. People can't really see where the pedestrian crossings are, I believe.
It's traffic.
Is
it
it
pedestrian?
It's in there, isn't it?
Yes, that's still funded.
It's funded.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. I thought you were taking out of capital fund. The only ones you were going to fund were the dump truck.
No, I'm saying let's fund the dump truck instead of using levy. Let's fund that out of our reserves.
And
So-
everything else is levy right now, correct? Everything's levy except for.
Except for the last
Yep.
1, 2, 4, which are bond funds. So we could even take, so I think we could even take the difference between the 0.71 and like 1.25% maybe, and put that towards, okay, President Rozak.
Oh, thank you. I would propose, I wouldn't split it up. I would just pay for the whole thing out of general fund reserves. And then if we need to increase levy for something else to make it up to 1% or whatever, that we do so, but I wouldn't split it up for one item. But I concur with you. I would take it and use general fund reserves.
Okay, Trustee Carpenter, then Trustee Bachhorst. Go ahead.
So I just had a question about the other items. So the beach tractor, are you including that? Like you're including everything that is in that capital fund section? You're saying all of that?
All
Yeah.
those items are currently funded. Yes.
They're all on the levy, and I'm saying let's just move the dump truck off the levy and fund that with reserves. We could also fund the beach tractor with reserves too if we wanted to.
Well, I just had a question about the beach tractor and about its purchase. And maybe Leanne, I don't know, are you still here? Oh yes, you. I guess my question is, with the beach, the size that it is, and I know that this is, well, hopefully this is not the norm, but is that piece of equipment needed? Maybe you can talk a little bit more about it.
Yeah, regardless of the size of the beach, that's the only piece of equipment we have that can pull the rake. So it's not really a size issue. It's a do we have the ability to clean the beach or not issue.
Okay, Trustee Bachhorst, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say it's not really a question, it's more of a policy statement that the shift from levy to general funds is like robbing Peter to pay Paul. If we want to continue, if we want to bankrupt our abilities in the future to have these reserves, then let's move everything there. But that really stymies our ability during an emergency, again, you guys, to pay for things that we cannot anticipate. And we don't, right now, and I'm not usually a fatalist, I'm usually one of the most optimistic people on this board, I think, but we are in a pandemic and there are needs that are gonna come up as a result that none of us can anticipate and even staff can't anticipate. So this movement, and I understand you're chairing this right now, Trustee Amenta, and you've been very clear, and I'm not attacking you for this, I'm applauding your use of the bully puppet,
to get your point home of shifting things from tax levy to spending reserves. But that's a kind of question that we have to make as a board as far as policy here. Do we spend our savings account so that we don't have to work more or find other ways to do things? And there is no policy in place on this board of a 0 to 1% tax levy increase. That is a decision that a couple of the board members are steadfast in repeating, and as if it's a consensus, okay? So I am not for using capital reserves ad infinitum. These were not proposals from our staff. These are trustee budgetary times, and be offended or not, 3 of you are up for re-election in the spring. 1 has mentioned she's not running, and 2 are potentially running. So whatever the case may be, if this is a political move, or hopefully it is, because this is, in my opinion, not the best policy practice. So I am not for all this transfer just to make it on paper that we're doing one thing, because in the end, we're shooting ourselves in the foot.
Rebecca,
you have this money.
Sure. I just wanted to be clear in terms of where we're at in terms of the meeting. We're at the point right now where you're gauging the board on funding the truck with reserves. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm all
Okay.
for keeping it on levy.
So-
This is a truck that we suspended, we deferred, again, because, you know, you guys have already said that you don't want to hire this maintenance person. And here we don't want to, some don't want to continuously, you know, improve our capital or our infrastructure. We're going to delayed infrastructure, delayed improvements is pushing it forward to future generations. So
I hear you, Trustee Bachhorst.
I'm saying that I'm all for funding this with tax levy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, President Rosa. You're unmuted.
I want to make it clear again that Trustee Amenta is not, are you saying capital reserves or are you saying general fund reserves?
I'm saying general fund reserves.
Thank you. And there's a difference. We have $600 and something thousand above what we need for our bond rating agencies and to meet our policy of 30%. That is different than capital reserves. So I just want to make it clear to the rest of the board that Trustee Bachhorst keeps mixing up the two. So I agree 100% that we have taxed our residents and then keep it and not spend it. So if you tax someone in the community, you're taxing to spend. And so rather than continue to tax more, I would like to spend the money that we've already taxed them on a capital infrastructure project that will increase our capital infrastructure and improve our fleet. Thank you.
Now, I would just like to point out that it is a credit to our staff and their attention to budget that our revenues exceed our expenditures every year. And that's why we have a fund balance. That's, you know, we would be upset if it was the other way around and we were over budget, and we're never over budget. We're always under budget. That's a good thing. But then what consequence of that is that we are growing and growing and growing and growing a fund balance. And at some point, as President Rosick said, it's money that we have taxed our neighbors for and that they paid in expectation of it being spent on services or infrastructure. Trustee Carpenter, did you have your hand raised? Okay. If no one else, I guess I'll take it. Trustee Stokebrand, I'm sorry.
So just to be clear, where it says at the bottom, increase from 2020, right now we're at 0.71.
Yeah, if
And
we
that's if we move the
fund
dump truck to the general fund reserves.
Yeah.
I'm in support of that. And is there anything else we need to do tonight?
Well, we might want to go back to the levy question about the levy for the debt service stabilization. Trustee Ursink?
If we're at 0.71, I mean, can we go back and talk about the mechanic position? Because that was just an extra $26,000 to fully fund a position that would be, I feel, more critical than most of the stuff that we're talking about here.
Sure, we can go back and talk about that. So everyone's okay with the 165 from the reserves? Okay, great. are there other, I mean, we could, that's still 165 out of 678, you know, we're still over $500,000 over the 30% of, okay, so we have 30% of our revenues for the entire year are sitting in our reserve fund, and we have 500,000 over that amount. So, I mean, we could, if we want to put the mechanic back in, although I still, I'll just throw it out there. Are there any other items on this list that we want to pay with the capital reserve? I'm sorry, general fund reserves. Now I'm getting confused. No, I see a no. Trustee Bachhorst, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I mean, we go through the budget cycle every year. Are we being, what is the word I would call it? Irresponsible, Mark, by having such a high level of capital reserves?
Do you mean general fund reserves or capital reserves? They're two separate funds.
Oh, all the reserves. Let's just go there, since I'm very confused.
Well, I mean, clearly staff brought forth the initial proposal to start using reserves for debt service stabilization. We did that because it is a limited time use, because we see our debt service trends leveling out over time and debt service meeting requirements. And we believe the 30% policy is a sound policy, and we have extra reserves. So, you know, I know we're managing that initial process, but you know, again, as long as we're all aware that, you know, in the long term, you know, we're going to run out of reserves, and then the items that we're funding by reserves are going to look like tax increases when we come to that point, to kind of make up for the money that we've been supplementing. So as long as we're all clear that that's the long-term impact of that, I don't see a problem with using our reserves in this manner.
I mean, I would propose we fund the compactor replacement too with reserves, and then we can redirect money we can start increasing levy for debt service, which was the original plan that staff presented to us that we've kind of thwarted by using reserves up there. So I'm saying let's use reserves here on capital projects and start putting the levy increase in debt service, if that's clear to everybody.
So what would that look like? So we could increase the levy by, say, 2-3% to offset that at this year?
If we take the compactor out too, or fund that with general fund reserves, then we're at 0.19%. So if we want to go up to
1%.
Okay, so let me if we take that up to, okay, that works out perfectly. So if we do 5% increase in the debt service levy this year, it would take us from 1.833 to 1.924, and our tax increase is 0.98%. So,
perfect. I'm for that.
Okay, but we haven't put
in the long term
mechanic back in.
So yeah, Trustee Amento, what does that mean in the long term? According to the charts that you've sent us in the past. So how would we have to adjust in the next 5 years if we did?
Well, that starts moving the blue line, which was the line that was flat, and then it goes like this. So it's starting up. It's starting its upward trajectory.
So I mean, how can we be more responsible in the next 5 years? Like, what would we need to do now to ensure that we don't have a spike?
Cut services.
I don't think that's the only option.
I'm not clear on what your question is. I mean, it depends if the board still wants to keep taxes. The point is that we have the amount that we need to levy for debt service is growing, and we've been keeping that flat by using reserves, but reserves are only going to take us so far, and then we haven't done any of the growth and levy that we need to do.
Right. So what kind of growth and levy would that mean right now if we want to be really good stewards for the future? What kind of tax levy growth would we need now?
Or service reduction.
No, that's not the only option.
I'm saying or tax levy.
I'm not asking for that. I don't think
revenue or expenditure decrease.
Okay, Trustee Bachhorst, if I could answer your question, I would. I don't know the answer to it. I want to go back to the mechanic. If we keep the mechanic at the current amount, although then we are at 1.25%.
I mean, the mechanic vote was a 4-3 vote, so it pretty much comes down to, is anyone in the floor willing to relook at it or not? I mean, I'm just trying to make things easy because it's getting a little late, so.
The only thing I'll say about the mechanic position as one of the four is I would still like to look at outsourcing it, or at least I would like to look from an operational point of view. You know, could we save money with contracting, outsourcing, sharing, whatever? And if we fill the position, we are really not going to have an opportunity to do that because we will have hired somebody. Trustee Carpenter.
Yeah, I was basically going to say the same thing. You know, knowing that Whitefish Bay has one, and I don't know what their fleet looks like as far as age or anything goes like that. But you know, I would be willing to put it back in if we can really understand how we can maybe do some job sharing. Like I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to job share, excuse me, with Whitefish Bay, if that makes sense, or, you know, or another community. But I would really be looking for 2022 for us to have a cost savings in that position in 2022.
But wouldn't it be filled? So
Yeah,
if we fill it.
Yeah, we'd have to reduce it to half-time or something. And
Which we can do. We can do.
Can I, is it my turn? I don't know.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So I think Trustee Amenta's point, and we did this in the county a lot, the best time to make, or to change any type of position to sourcing out is when it's vacant. So I appreciate Trustee Carpenter's, you know, wanting to potentially fill it now and then looking at it in 2022. But unfortunately, that means we would have someone in that position. And the worst thing in the world anyone wants to do is to give someone, you know, cut their job. And so when we are in times of growing inflation and stagnant revenues, we have to find small ways to save money every year. And so this is a mechanic position that we have the opportunity to try it for 6 months. We have the money and the opportunity. And if it doesn't work, if it ends up costing too much to source out or it's not efficient, then we have the money budgeted, thanks to Trustee Amenta putting it in, to then hire for the last few months. And then we would, so this is the right time, in my opinion, from my experience, of when you would do that testing. Next year, it's going to be too late because the position will be filled.
Okay, Trustee Bachhorst and then Trustee Ursink.
So I work for the city of Milwaukee. The county has changed significantly since any of us have worked there. I agree wholeheartedly with what Trustee Carpenter says, is that, and also the points that President Rosick said. Sure, inflation obviously increased every year, and we have stagnant revenues, if not diminishing revenues. So we're always going to have a gap. So yes, any public employee knows when they take a job that their position is on the chopping block because of boards like this one, who make policy decisions and make decisions as far as, you know, what is funded. So yes, it's hard to cut a position when someone's in it, but at the same time, every public employee knows, especially at the lower levels, that those jobs are not always going to be there, just like in the private sector. So this wait and see approach sounds wonderful if we're not putting our staff at the disadvantage as far as saying, what we're going to say is, we want you guys to do more with less. And then when you need more, you need to come to us and say, oh, we failed in what you asked of us, which is a much more difficult position to be in than coming from the board level and saying, you know what, we funded this at this level because it was the right thing to do. It was the staff recommendation for a variety of reasons, as far as safety and having you know, 2 people there. It's a lot easier to cut a position than it is to make a staff member come back and justify how they're not, quote unquote, doing the job that the board dictated they needed to do, which is a policy decision by us saying you need to go with one mechanic and come up with all this and we'll reevaluate in 6 months. How many times has this board reevaluated anything in the last year? I mean, ask yourselves that as far as staffing is concerned. That sounds great. In a large organization like Milwaukee, you can do that. But we are a small organization. We have people wearing multiple hats in all departments, including Department of Public Works, including at City Hall. So to ask more from staff and then have them justify how they can't do things, to me is very incongruent and just poor policy making. So yeah, we have the money here. You guys are all going to get your 1.5, less than 2% budget increase. I think that we got to remember that staff is asking us for this and they need this. And we have a different, okay, I love the idea of merging, or not merging, but collaborating, working with Whitefish Bay and looking for solutions. We can't do that in 2 months or a month and a half. But what we can do is say this, why don't we just say tonight and let everyone know, and even put it in the announcement, this is a temporary position. That way, no one's going to be surprised if they lose their job.
Can I just say that those of us who are interested in a lower tax increase is not for our benefit. We're trying to do something for the benefit of residents in a pandemic.
I think we all are, Trustee Amenta.
In a time when people are having economic difficulties, losing their jobs, losing their businesses, okay? So you continually say, oh, you who want this low. No, it's not like we're doing it for us, okay? Trustee Ursink. You're muted.
Can I cede my time to the village manager? She had her hand up and I'd love to hear.
No, I was actually just gonna let Trustee Amenta know that your hand was raised.
Okay, thanks. I hate to put it on you, Leanne, but I really like to hear from you about why this position is so important. This hiring a mechanic versus contracting out this particular position. If you could give us just a quick snapshot about your personal belief on this, I'd love to hear it.
Leanne, you did do this already,
We
so
already did it.
if you could just do it quickly and review, thank you.
Sure. Just as a reminder, the fleet is a critical component of our operations. And the fleet size has not been reduced. So we will have to figure out how to do the same amount of work with half the people. And that's going to impact the rest of our operations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Trustee Warren.
I was just going to say, I am in favor of funding this position, but I don't think that we need, at this point in the meeting, I don't think it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to relitigate stuff we've already gone through. I mean, unless we have a change in voting patterns, it sounds like we have a path here. So, just in the interest of everyone's time, I don't know that we need to have the same argument, the same arguments, the wrong word, the same discussion we had earlier on in the meeting. Just my 2 cents.
I agree with
Thank
that.
you. I agree 100%.
Okay, I mean, unless Trustee Stokebrand or Carpenter wants to revisit it, because I think those were the 4, but I'm not sure. Okay, all right, then I guess unless anyone has anything else, we're at 0.98%. We funded 2 major capital projects from reserves, so we still have reserves over the 30%. And we are at 5% increase in our debt service, which is great. We're back on track with that. Mark, are we forgetting anything, or?
Well, was there consensus to fund the compactor through reserves and increase the debt service tax levy?
That's a good question.
I mean, we were there. I'm not
Yes.
sure I marked it up yet.
Is everybody okay with funding the compactor replacement 60,000 with general fund reserves?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then increasing our debt service. I just increased it by 5%, the 1.833, right? So I
That's
get to
correct.
1 point. Okay. Okay. I have us there at 0.98%. I think that's a great job. Does anybody have any other things they want to consider or talk about? It's only 10:22.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Is there a second?
Can I ask quick, guys, before we, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Ursink.
What did, what did we do about staff administrative updates, the revenues and expenditures? What was that? I can't remember that conversation.
I think we just we accepted them all.
Accepted.
It was a net reduction in levy of $9,093.
Okay.
Did we? Okay. What about the things like the tuck pointing and trim, squad 9 replacement? I feel like we could use reserves to fund those things too, but
We already went
nobody-
over this.
Yeah.
We already went over this, and we decided on the tuck pointing. We decided on but the squad.
we did?
No. Yes.
Oh, wait, Mark. Okay, because I don't have those in here, so we're going to be over 0.98%. I'm sorry.
No, you did it. You and I had the same number.
Okay. Okay.
It's through
All
capital
right.
reserve.
Okay, good. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. I think we got through it pretty well.
Thank you.
Great job.